Oh yeah, so we should figure out the next game we're jumping into. We got RTSN versus the Melon Sluggers. That's still happening. Let's see what else. That might be the only one. Let's see. It's in 23 minutes. All right, I'm gonna join that one, I guess.
Yeah, I'm in it now. 16 minutes in, and yeah, certainly not over yet.
Yeah, about 16 minutes, 30 seconds in. I've just zoomed out to give the bird's eye view of what's going on there, so while it's doing the catch up, we can get a rough summary of how the battle's unfolding. Hey, we're up. Indeed. Flame is proving particularly effective there. Are you guys up to speed with the match?
Yeah, ready to go. What about you?
Yeah, I'm catching up.
Okay.
Got a lovely push pink up here, pushing back blue. Battle line drawn there.
Are we caught up on the stream now, Tarnished Knight?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm currently with 15. 18 minutes, 24 seconds.
Excellent.
So you guys can start casting. I'll jump in as soon as I'm caught up with the.
Yeah, green space.
So
is being
looking
drawn
at
apart.
RTSN now, pushing up. Geiger, sorry, that's Geiger from, what's the team? Melon Sluger is really doing some massive damage with his stouts. He's got a huge number there. Was that 26 stouts coming in? Looking dangerous. Circle's got his com forward to try and vegan some of the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 he's got. He's going to be outnumbered now. Not enough. Oh. Unfortunate, Geiger's lost a huge number of his stouts to the D-gun. Can he finish the commander? Commander's down to 78 health, and he managed it. Circod, that's probably one of the best D-gun damages I've seen in one go on a tournament game. Well done to him. 26 stouts gone, but in the meantime, going up north, Tuxedo Luigi coming in through with his own stouts, and now coming up against RTSN's Raka. Also doing some great work with the D-gun, but also got lots of support around him. He's about to lose his commander though, and he couldn't pull it off. Commander goes down, does some damage to the economics of his base, but managed critically to still have his T2 lab, which is pumping out Tiger tanks now, which will hopefully help them turn back the tide. Zooming out on the map, control very much on Melon Sluger side from the southwest, starting to push up with more units. If we look at Circod's base, he's repairing his commander, ready to try and pull off that magic again, but now he's up against Sheldon's, and they are just...
Oh, he's not moving his comm, he's just letting him... Oh, no.
He wasn't paying attention. You can see from his own expectation is the widget that shows us where people are looking with their mouse cursor. He was looking at the Sheldon's, not realizing his commander was the target, and that is GG.
All right. take that to the scoreboards at the moment, the leaderboards, if you will. As you can see there, round 2, most of the results are in.
I think all the teams. Is that all the teams? Have they all played? Seems like they have.
RTSN and RTSN. Their results look like they're just coming up now. They beat that Melon Slugger.
Beat RTSN. So that is the final match of round 2 concluded, and we are ready to go for round 3. Let's have a look at the matchup in challenge if it's available.
Okay, let me have a look and see what we can see in challenge. Yeah, I'll share that and see if that's particularly helpful. Although, from what I can see there, it doesn't look like that's actually all that updated. Let's try a refresh. I'm not seeing the round 2. Oh, here we go. Right, so round 3. The results coming up there. So we have quite a range there of these teams. So Vampire Survivors versus a Fox that walked in. Melon Sluggers against Comrades. PRO.BAR against Noobs of Norway. FX against Sigma Boys. Chocotube versus Laser Point of View. Riff Raff versus Careless Tryhards. The Psychos against Total Annihilation. I think that is. Exclamation Balance team against the Time Zone Nightmare. BARcode versus that BABAR the Elephant. Oh, BABAR the Elephant. So any interesting matches in that lineup that you want to see?
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting to see one of the teams going up now against so PRO.BAR versus Noobs of Norway. I haven't seen the Noobs of Norway play, so that'll be interesting. Following again the TA Gods, they lost their second match. That's unfortunate. People will be definitely rooting for them for the community. So it'd be interesting to see what they can do against the Psychos. Both of those teams out of interest have lost their matches so far, so both of them really need to start picking up the pace. What do you think?
I still don't think the TA Gods players are even here. I don't think they've showed up yet. So that's a bit unfortunate. I was rooting for them. I was hoping they could, maybe be the dark horse in the tournament. But either way, yeah, with BARcode winning, which teams have won both games so far? No, BARcode has. Who else has?
Time Zone Nightmare have won both their games.
Okay.
Who else have we got? We were watching Careless Tryhards. They won the first but lost their second.
It looks like Team Balance has won both their games, and BABAR the Elephant, and Riff Raff has won both their games.
Yeah, that's 5 teams now with 2 wins under their belt. They must be feeling relatively confident. Still another a few rounds to go. Who do you think? What's the biggest upset you can see in the leaderboard so far?
Biggest upset.
The next rounds, the teams have got into the various lobbies. I think there's already teams getting ready to start. Perhaps we should pick one of those and give everyone a good match right from the beginning.
So let's try to get 2 teams that have that are 2-0. Are there? If we could find a game with 2 teams that haven't lost yet, facing against each other.
So I believe BABAR the Elephant and BARcode are both 2 for 2. So
Undefeated.
So should we go with BABAR then? Code versus BARcode. All right, I will join that. That one. Looks like they're underway in EU07. We'll just join that and then bring the action to the audience. So just as that's loading, just a quick reminder there of the round 2 results. Take a look at that, see how those teams did that round. So we're just loading in there. You guys getting in as well?
I'm in the match. Oh, the placed, and we're on Colorado for this round. Wingflier, I know that's familiar territory for you. What can you tell us about the map?
So guys, we did a test cast on this map. If anyone watched that YouTube video on my channel, we did a test cast on this map, Colorado, and I had mentioned that this is actually where I live. I live on this map. And one thing I'll say is this is a really cool map. This is just a very well designed, very interesting, with a lot of strategic options, just because of the way that these cliffs protrude out, kind of facing the other team. And then you kind of have the hills and the valleys mechanic. Yeah, it's just such an interesting design, and I'm really excited to see what this game offers us. If it was anything like the game that we casted on my channel, it should be pretty epic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's critical for the teams to get hold of those the mountain tops.
Yeah.
Those protrude close to the enemy base. You can hold on to them and start getting some long range units or even defenses up there. It can start really hurting your enemy. So it'll be good to see who can establish that. I wonder if we'll see a similar situation to our test cast, Wingflier, with, you remember, the transported commanders, 2 of them going down.
So guys, we just did a cast of this game like a couple days ago, and what one team tried to do was pick up their commanders and fly them, and you can kind of understand why, right? Because you have these mountains that are very difficult to access normally with your commander. Your commander would have to walk all the way around through the valleys, up the hill, and so the fastest the fastest way to travel is just a straight line. So they just one player built 3 transports, gave it to his teammates, and they tried to fly their commanders onto these ridges, onto these plateaus of these mountains, and it ended horribly. It was a total disaster. They lost their commanders. They ended up giving the enemy team 4,000 free metal for basically nothing. And you would have thought they would have lost after that, right? That's such a blunder. But in the end, they came back and won. So, that would be awesome to see more strategies like that, kind of mind game your opponent. You have to, sometimes you have to try to come from behind. Maybe you want to give yourself an extra challenge by donating 2 of your commanders early on, just because you don't want it to be too easy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think, as we've seen so far in some of these matchups, even when one team does take an advantage early on, it's not over. If the other team can really rally around some of the pinch points, they can turn it around. Especially if there's metal wrecks left behind that can either be resurrected or reclaimed. And that's what these teams are going to be trying to do, looking for those opportunities.
Yeah. And already we can see that, Damus and Blackwater, they've put some markers down to kind of indicate what they're planning to do. And so, this map is just so interesting because, like you said, what ends up happening is that once the teams take these ridges, it gives them this ability, these plateaus, it gives them this ability to kind of rain down on the enemy base with, plasma cannons, Mortys, Sheldons, even the long-range plasma cannons, the Berthas of the game. So a lot of options once you take these ridges. Of course, you also get the geothermals, which are nothing to scoff at. Geothermal is a lot of very cheap energy. So let's go ahead and introduce the teams before we get too much further into it.
Yep.
Here on, I'll introduce our Western team, our cool color team. We have Mr. LSR and Teal, Lol Steamroller Core going bot lab first, and they're just giving LSR this whole like top half of the map. They're like, all right, LSR, you're gonna be our star player, so hopefully he can perform. Then we have Malady here in the dark blue going core and just building eco right now. Ragna and bright green, Arm going the bot lab first, and finally for our Western team we have Mr. Captain Jack Sparrow, the MVP of the last game as far as I'm concerned, and he is also going K-bot first. Go ahead and take it away, Borg.
Okay, and on the hot side of the team, we got up in the northeast, Caliburn, and he's opened up air. He's already building a scout, ready to find out where the enemy players are. And just to his south, in pink, lovely pink, Damus, he's opened up with the Cortex bot lab. And to his south, in orange, Demon Dread, he is also Cortex bot lab. And finally, it's Blackwater in yellow, and he's opened up Armada bot lab.
Yeah.
So, the initial parts of this game, they're trying to get their scouts out, see if they can do a little bit of sneaky raiding, but the main thing is find out where are the enemies and what are they doing.
So Caliburn, our red player, has already built an air transport, and I'm not sure what he planned. He may be trying to pick up a comm. Early on, he might be giving this to Pink. So Pink has been gifted this air transport, and we have to assume that he's going to pick up something, maybe hopefully his comm, and flying him maybe to the other side of the map, flying him to the top of this ridge here to the west of him. So both teams do have a player, it seems, starting air, which is exactly what you want on this map. Air is definitely going to play a big part, just like in the game we casted the other day. Air is very, very important on this map. So Captain Jack Sparrow, he has flown his commander over, and he has taken this ridge already. And the interesting thing is that Blackwater had sent up some anti-air units to stop that, but he was a little too late as Captain Jack Sparrow was able to land, and he is now taking control of this plateau. So,
Yep.
yeah.
And then Damus is just trying to do a similar thing, and two fighters from Malady came in and got his transport. That's the comm down.
Like I said, guys, air is it is going to play an important role in this game, and Malady was expecting Pink to do this, and so he had some fighters patrolling the area. He will find that transport, and Damus will go down, and so now there's 2,000 metal on this ridge that I assume both teams will be fighting for to try to get that economic advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. They know that's there.
Room is gone, by the way.
Down. Roger that. TK, do you know? Oh yeah, the stream sort of paused at the start, it looks like. Let's just see if TK can sort that out.
Yeah, so guys in the chat, anyone that's in the chat, let us know if everything's working okay. Let us know if the stream is looking okay right now. Good quality and everything like that. We can't really know as we are casting, but in the middle of the map here, or kind of a little bit north of center, we have Demon Dread. He has sort of fortified this area. He's going to try to get all this juicy reclaim of the commander, Pink's destroyed commander. But there's a bombing run happening as Malady moving through here with a nice group of whirlwinds and taking out Orange's starting base. Wow, this is very nice airplay by a blue player.
It sort of makes you wonder what Caliburn was focusing on. He didn't have the number of fighters
Yeah.
to overcome Malady's fighters there. And still, was it one bomber up? That's good enough bomber to do damage to and destroy 8 wind turbines there.
Yeah, 11 kills on just that one bomber. So blue with some amazing airplay, and like you said, red just really not performing. And now the Eastern team's base is just getting eviscerated from many angles. It just seems like you know, green is now in pink's base, purple is in orange's base, and additionally, they have the Western team has better control of these ridges as well. And so the Eastern team just feels like they're collapsing here, doing what they can to hold on. But like you said, I'm not sure what red was doing. He just did not have the air power to counter blue's nice bombing and aerial control there.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've got very similar. In fact, Malady has a lesser eco than his counterpart, Caliburn. So
Yeah.
Caliburn certainly had
Go ahead.
to invest in fighters. Go for it.
Yeah, so Ragnar has taken this ridge. He has, I think, just kind of slow walked his commander all the way up to the top of this plateau here, and now he will take those metal spots. And it looks like he's queued up some defenders. But in the north, Demon Dread's got to be careful because Teal with quite a few grunts moving in and bringing his commander in as well. And so ultimately, this is a very dire situation for our Eastern team as they are just kind of getting closed in on all fronts, and it just starts to feel a little bit impossible. You know, what would you do in this situation if you were our Eastern team?
I think at this stage you got to try and not waste your units. Really pick your battles. There's, for example, now we've got Damus with a handful of thuds and grunts, but he can't see the full mass, I don't think, of LSR. Let's just check his radar. Play our view. Yeah, he can't see. He hasn't got a radar, so he doesn't know how many units he's up against. He risks losing everything just trying to do some damage to the commander. If I was the team, I'd be trying to draw the enemy in and destroy them where they can reclaim the wreckages. That's the only way to try and shift the balance.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a precarious situation for our Eastern team, as you know, our team here on the West doing what they can to just close out this game as quickly as possible. Ragna, as I said, has taken this ridge, and I assume we'll probably start building a geo soon. But I'm just checking out the player bases real quick to see if there's anything cheeky going on. Green is on T2 and now pumping out those Jaguars. That's nothing unsurprising. And LSR pumping out with some Hounds with a combat engineer. I don't know if he was gifted that because I don't see that he's on T2, but either way, LSR moving through the northeast here with what could be an unstoppable push of grunts.
That is a dangerous number of units now. He has split them off just to try and check that the top of his mountain to his south is not occupied. But he could be pushing. I mean, this is the opportunity now. He could push and really do some damage. If he just has the confidence to keep probing with those grunts up on the north side.
Yeah.
There is really nothing there to stop him.
And Demon Dread, all he really has here is his commander to stop these Jaguars. He's got to be careful. He'll probably have to use his D-gun as, I don't know, pawns and grunts probably not going to be the best. Here comes this D-gun. He will take out two. He'll take out the third one, so a nice D-guns there. It will keep him alive for now. But again, I have to wonder if it's just a matter of time. Here in the north, LSR with a huge armada, you know, and that is a pun intended, of hounds moving through, and with this hound and grunt push, I don't know. I just don't think the northern team can stop this. I would be very shocked if they have what it takes to stop this push by Teal.
It'd be interesting, as LSR does have radar up now on the mountaintop north. He does have some information, which is critical to his decision now. Where does he go with these units? Does he have the confidence to push straight through, which we can see, of course, that he could do? Or does he sit on his laurels and just wait for an opportunity where he feels more confident? That could let the other team on the east side, the team BABAR, really set up something to defend.
Yeah. Well, like you said, he can't see what we can see, but if he could see what we could see, he would just go and kill Pink right now, because Pink has nothing. I mean, you know, he has very, very little. He has one twin guard and a few thugs, and that's about it. His commander's already gone.
Yep.
You know, literally LSR could just right-click into Pink's base and kill him at this very moment. Of course, he doesn't know that. That's the thing. You know, LSR has no idea. And that might be a bit of a scouting failure. I'd like to see Blue sending some scouts to the eastern side just to kind of...
If we just go quickly, Water has just lost his commander, and that has now prompted the whole of BARcode start pushing in.
Yeah, this...
He was holding off skirmishing with the T2 units and got caught out, lost some of his units, and now this is looking dangerous.
Yeah, it's looking really dire for our eastern team for sure. This is just a very bad situation to be in. And now Captain Jack Sparrow with those gunslingers. We do love to see gunslingers, guys. This is a very fun unit, especially good against groups of T1. But now LSR pushing through the north, and again he's being very careful. But I would like to just see him push in and kill Pink. I don't think he realizes how little there is to stop his aggression.
Yeah, and LSR's commander now pushing up to reclaim all that wreckage. Looking dangerous. He wants to keep his grunts as a sort of shield and probing screen for his hounds if he can. They're all gone now, but that's enough hounds to really do some damage to the base now.
Yeah, and here in the south, Ragna with his hounds, and I think this is just going to be the death of Yellow's base. Blackwater just has little to nothing to curtail this aggression and to prevent his entire base from just being basically molested by these hounds. So Yellow is out of the game, and it looks like perhaps Team BABAR or BABAR.
It's BARcode taking it.
Yeah.
And GG's now still fighting on. Maybe having a little discussion about whether it is over or not. It certainly looks over from our point of view, but whether Team BABAR, the elephant, think that he might be able to pull something off, I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's really any chance of that. I think at this point they're probably just, you know, in their death throes, maybe talking about, maybe they're in Discord together talking about what they did wrong or what they could have done better. And speaking of that, what do you think they could have done better? I mean, certainly Pink losing his commander early on to Melody's fighters, that was a huge blunder there.
Absolutely. And, I think that failure to get some of the cliff top territory started putting them on the back foot, losing the metal from the commander, of course. But really, they never really had enough units deployed on defensible positions. So thugs with their plasmas, with the range bonus when they're uphill, they had the opportunity, you know, on the defensive to just be more effective and hold them back. And they never really established that. Where they, you know, they're already behind in the economy, so it's hard to judge what they could have done differently in terms of, you can't just build more units if you haven't got the economy to do it. But I think that was something that they should have tried setting up sooner, just a bit more of a defensive screen.
Yeah, and I think Red also, Caliburn, not building the fighters that his team needed to protect themselves from, you know, the bombing run from Malady. You know, he should have been trying to protect Pink's commander as he was flying up. You could have sent a fighter screen there. So guys, it's really important in team game. You've got to pay attention to what your team's doing. You've got to help your team. It's not enough to just kind of do your own thing in a corner. it's really important to work with your team. And I definitely feel like our team BARcode had better teamwork overall that game, much better teamwork.
Yeah, there's a lot of sharing of units. There's that critical
Yeah.
T2 construction assist vehicle bot that was shared to LSR, and that allowed him to start pumping out the hounds. You know, he didn't have any investment in a T2 lab, but already had deployed those T2 units, and that allowed him just to keep pushing and ultimately win the north somewhat on his own. Whereas at the bottom, on the south side of the map, it was sort of a 2v1 situation. Demon Dread had already lost a lot of his base, lost his commander early on, and so that 2v1 was almost a done deal. And that allowed BARcode teams to just keep pushing. Ultimately, take the win.
Yeah, it was a good game, but again, from the very beginning, Team BARcode simply played it better. They had a better strategy. They executed it better. I'm trying to remember at the bottom, Purple flew his commander over unimpeded and was able to set up defenses on that plateau near his base, which the Eastern team should have secured. But the biggest thing was, Pink flew his commander in, and then Blue caught him out. He perfectly positioned his fighters so that he knew exactly where his commander was going to be. Takes him out, and then shortly after that, Melody does a bombing run on Orange's base because Orange had to send his commander up to secure that site where Pink's commander had died so that they could reclaim that medal. But in doing so, his base was completely undefended. So Blue comes in with a bombing run, takes out pretty much, everything there. And then, I'm not sure what Red was doing. Red needed to be building fighters. He needed to be protecting his teammates. Seemed like he was focusing on eco a little bit. But either way, the Western team BARcode, just had a better strategy, and they executed it better. And they'll walk away with victory.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
well done.
yeah, fantastic stuff there. Sorry, the stream had a little bit of a instability there. I was making further adjustments to try and improve the flow of it at the moment. So if we just show standings for round 3. So
are there any games still going on?
So the results are coming in for some of the matches. I think there's still potentially a couple going on. Comrades versus Melon Slugers, I think, is still playing. In terms of the results so far, though, just updating the Figma. I think we'll have to wait a little bit longer for the results to come in. But we have got Careless Tryhards versus Riffraff. Careless Tryhards took the win there.
Sure, it's currently marked as Riffraff winning in round 3.
Well, there's a difference on challenge.
Ah,
We'll have to verify. We'll have that one verified.
All right, we'll have to have that one double checked.
Shall we find the end of one of the matches then?
Yeah, sure. Let's go and show something else. I'm sure the audience will want to see matches.
I'm into team. What is it? TZN versus. I can't remember.
Oh, TZN versus Balance.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I'm jumping into that one.
Let's go to
It's
that.
about 18 minutes in right now. 18, 19.
All right. We'll go and join that one. Bring that to everyone so they can at least enjoy that.
So far, team BARcode may be the only team that's 3-0. I guess we'll have to check the brackets, but certainly the amount of undefeated teams is going to be dwindling.
Yeah, it will drop by half each round. So we've got 11, 20, 19, 18 teams there, according to that display there. So
guys, we're just catching up with this game between Team TZN and Team Balance. And man, I want to watch as many of these games on this map as I can. I love this map. I think it's so interesting and it's so well designed for kind of unorthodox gameplay and team play.
Yeah.
And so we may have to go back and find some of the games and recast them later, just because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hidden gems.
Yeah,
that we didn't get to that stream.
You've got to really, amongst many of the aspects of BAR that make it so unique, the maps themselves, they've been, you know, designed and created with love over the years and then updated by various people. And if you don't know, guys, well worth looking. When you're in a map and you really like it, check the bottom left, zoom right in, and you can see a little bit of information about who designed the map and what they thought it should be, what the inspiration was sometimes. So this one, Colorado, with Icewick, which should be familiar to a lot of you, and originally was designed by BABAR, who is also another one of the core team. So let's get into this match as it's unfolded. We've got coming up to about 17 minutes now. We've got really nice control of the hilltops. The only one not fully controlled is on the second down from the north. This is the one opposite Zekrus from Team Balance. He really wants to try and take control of that. Again, as we've described, holding the top of these cliffs really gives you the opportunity to hurt your enemy.
Yeah. No, this looks to be a really good game. I know we did start about halfway through it, or 17 minutes into it. But right now, it's looking pretty even. I don't see that either side has a huge advantage just yet. Though maybe, I don't know, maybe the Western team has a small advantage just because that ridge here in the kind of the center northwest has been it hasn't been able to be held by the Eastern team, though they will try to reclaim it. So
yeah, if you look at the from the strategic view, Grumpy is the only one that holds one of the offensive positions. Unfortunately, he is about to lose a lot of it to bombers. T2 bombers now coming in from Shadhunter.
Yeah,
Fighters responding.
A lot of air defense. He does have a lot of T1 and T2 fighters, and so he will, I think, shoot down that entire bombing run before it can get too much accomplished. So very well played there by our blue player, who will stop that aerial aggression before it starts.
Interesting. Yeah, we've got Claret in blue for TZN and Sabutai, both with fighters in the air, both responded to that and completely annihilated that attack.
Yeah, like you said, very well played to have that air defense. Like we saw in last game, what can happen when your team doesn't build the proper air defense. It can be devastating. Those T2 bombers could certainly have done serious damage to Teal's base, to Grumpy's base, and perhaps even given the Eastern team a huge insurmountable advantage. So very nicely done there by blue. And like you said, purple as well, to stop that bombing run before it could really start. But again, which team would you give the advantage to at this moment? Which team do you think is ahead?
Well, I think so far it's staying with the West team. That little expression of offensive danger is going to, on the top side, where Grumpy, if we look now, in the cyan, the sky blue color, he's pushing up with all-terrain rocket spiders, and there is absolutely no units there to try and stop him. So they might start pushing through and getting into the back lines of Evolved Monkey's base. Some response now from Zekrus, although he's actually moving his fiends away. I don't think he spotted them yet. There's a little bit of a, because it's down in the ravine, even if there's radar up on the top in the bases, it's in a black spot. So they might not even see that those units are there. Grumpy wants to start pushing and making some real dent into the eco of Evolved Monkey.
Yeah, that is certainly the case, as you know, Grumpy doing a great job of getting those rocket spiders into the Eastern team's base, and this is just looking it's looking very bad for the Eastern team. It just seems like the Western team maybe has a better hold of the game, better handle on the game, and a lot of fighting happening here in the middle. Just groups of fiends kind of clashing into one another, and purple has just transported a huge army a huge group of constructors. It seems, or no, he brought these nano towers. So guys, most of you may or may not know that the nano towers, the construction turrets, can be transported. So Sabotai, our purple player, did transport quite a few nano towers onto this ridge, and that will allow him to construct a makeshift base here extremely quickly. Very nice play there by purple.
Yeah, lots of nano turrets and one Twitcher, combat engineer, and now he's able to get these defenses up, and I expect start putting some units down. He's only got a small sub-selection of T2 units and a mix of T1, but Fiends are available to him, and we know how effective those flamethrowers can be.
Yeah, big air battle happening again near the northeast corner of the map. Orange did bring through a few gunships, brought in a few rapiers. Actually, let's see what they're called, wasps in BAR, and that prompted the Western team to send in their entire army of fighters. So nice battle for aerial dominance here in this game. As I did mention, I think in the previous game, how important air is on this map in particular. So yeah, it's, you know, whichever team can get air control or have control of the skies is going to have a big advantage. But here in the south, Teddy, who was the winner of our 1v1 tournament, right? Am I right? Am I right about that?
No, that was Mighty Sheep, but Teddy was in the final.
Oh yeah, so Teddy was in the finals, and now he moving through with a huge army of sumos or cans for my OTA veterans, and this push might be difficult to stop. Yellow doing a good job with the arbiters, but these missiles do not track, and so these sumos are going to move in and perhaps do some damage. But now Orange bringing in his wasps.
Yeah, these wasps will make short work of these as long as they have air support. Not a reaction yet from the team west side. Yeah, fighters are coming in now, but damage has already been done. And these sumos are taking some massive punishment. Still 4 alive. This attack's not over. But as you say, the Arbiters, as effective as they are and as powerful as they are, without tracking, they are missing their marks on these moving units.
Yeah, that's a real problem. And now the you know, the Western team just seems to be pushing through on every front. Here in the north, slowly pushing through, and here in the south as well with these sumos. And truth be told, I don't know, the Eastern team just feels like they're in a lot of trouble. They are hanging on, but even if you look at the eco at the top right, it seems like the Western team is making about double the resources, double the metal, double the energy, and with that amount of advantage, they may just win the game. Zekris does self-destruct his commander to try to stop this push of raiders by Teal.
Yeah, these sprinters are relatively weak but super fast on the ground, and they have already got themselves into a great position. Ooh, they are, luckily the paralyzer drones come in and stop them from destroying this advanced geothermal, and when that blows, that really takes a lot with it. So good job there. Still need to take care of them though. There's two just being paralyzed there and not dealt with yet. And sometimes you can get those units right next to the geothermal, and the player's own units will do damage and destroy it. Luckily he managed to deal with that. Back to the front line now. Evolved Monkey pushing his commander in. Low health and goes down himself. Takes some units with him, but not, I think critically, not enough. Still a number of sharpshooters here for Grumpy. Starting to get in dangerous range now of the experimental gantry.
Yeah. So Red did go to T3 and was pumping out experimentals, but it seems like it may have been just a little bit too late, as the Western team, especially Teal, moving through here with a huge army of T1 and T2 units, and now, like you said, these sharpshooters in range of the gantry, and these sharpshooters will take that gantry down extremely quickly if they can. Yeah, they do kill it. The gantry does go down, and now it feels like the Eastern team in an impossible situation. I just don't see how they can I don't see how they can get out of this.
Yeah, indeed. It's looking precarious now. The economics are not on the side of team balance on this east side. They are holding on for as long as they can, but I can't see any answers. Can you see anything that can pull them out of this hole?
No, I really don't. I don't know what kind of rabbit they would have to pull out of a hat. There is a dragon coming in, so that, you know, that's a decent idea, and it might be able to hold things off for a while. But ultimately, I don't think they're going to be able to win the game with just one dragon, especially because I think the Western team has a vast air superiority in this game. And already we see Purple sending in his fighters, probably to deal with this troublesome dragon. But
yeah, and he doesn't have the air support there to try and take these fighters out and screen it from damage. These fighters are going to be doing bonus damage as well to the dragons. It's not going to last for long.
Yeah, it is very tanky. I mean, the dragons are very hard to kill. But again, the Western team just has such incredible air superiority that I don't think it matters. You know, this one dragon is certainly doing a lot, but it isn't going to be doing enough to keep our team balance in the game. So,
and it's another bit of damage done now to Kaiser Glass's eco. He's got his commanders surrounded, and they're down to 1 now. 4 commanders still alive for the West TZN team, Time Zone Nightmare. Only 1 remaining now for team balance. Interestingly, GGs were offered in the chat, but the game continued a bit longer, and that's it. There's the resignation from team balance, and it goes to Time Zone Nightmare. Well played.
So yeah, we're sorry we didn't catch that whole game, guys. We only did catch you know, like the second half, but basically it was pretty close when we came in, but it just seemed like the Western team already had better control of the map from starting from that 17-minute point, and they utilized their advantages. I think they're economically they were ahead, strategically they were ahead, and they put much more pressure on their opponents while maintaining that air control, and ultimately that will give them the game. So very nicely done by Team TZN, and yeah, that's man, we're really getting into it. So I think that'll be the end of round 3, right? We're going to be going into round 4.
I'll just bring up the standings for round 3, see where we are with that. You obviously have to appreciate that in this particular type of tournament, all the results have to be in, all the matches have to be concluded before we can start the next round, because that all feeds into how the pairings are going to pan out. These results are being updated live, as you can see there. The only one we don't seem to have a result for yet is Vampire Survivors versus a fox that walked into a bar.
We've also got the Melon Sluger team versus Comrades waiting. Just wait for that to come in. I wonder if the games have actually concluded and we're just waiting for the results to come back. Not seeing any information yet come through, but I can see that the game is still playing for Comrades and Melon Slugers.
Is that possibly worth...
I'll just start scouting out whether this game looks like it's still going on, and I'll let you know. In the meantime, looking at the standings, Time Zone Nightmare won that game. Makes it really interesting to start following, you know, who's actually going to start making their way to the top of the standings. In particular, Time Zone Nightmare won all their games. They have. So they are the highest team in terms of rating. They're like total open skill score. So whether they are dead set for the final, I'm not sure. But after 3 rounds, they're looking pretty strong, huh?
Yeah, just BARcode and Time Zone Nightmares. It's the only 2 teams left that have not dropped a game the entire tournament. So certainly these right now are performing the best, but do not count these other teams out. Like we said before, Careless Tryhards certainly still a team to watch. Team FX, of course, very good as well. Team PRO.BAR. So I still think this is very close. It's unfortunate that I really wanted to see the Total Annihilation gods perform,
Yeah.
but I still don't know if they've even shown up. I don't know if their players are even here.
The results just in now. Melon Sluger versus
Comrades.
who was it? Comrades. Yeah, Melon Sluger took the win, so that game is concluded. And I
That just
think
leaves Vampire Survivors, which I believe is still going at the moment. We'll take a quick look at that. See how that's going on. Let's see, it's 27 minutes in progress. It looks as though one of the teams has requested a defeat. Requested to surrender even on that, so it might not be worth jumping into that one. It's probably sounds like it's about to be concluded.
I'll load up that match just to see
Yeah.
what happens. If it is still going on, I can bring you guys in.
Absolutely. So in the last match, oh sorry.
Yeah, go on, Tarnished.
I was just going to ask your expert opinions that in that last match that we watched, what could the other team have probably done differently to have perhaps turned the tides in their favour?
Well, there was the opportunities there to use the air superiority. That dragon started doing some major damage, but just didn't have the fighter support to keep it in the fight. So that's one option. But at that stage of the game, the economics was so stacked against team balance. It was hard to really imagine a way they could come back at that stage.
Yeah.
With Wingflier, what do you think about earlier on? What could they have done?
Well, so they tried to do a bombing run. The bombing run was a good idea. And it just didn't work out because the Western team, they were ready. They had the fighters prepared for that. So the bombing run was a good idea. Okay, so they still had all four of their commanders. Maybe they could have done something like with that, like taking one of their commanders, maybe finding an opening, because you have the ridges, right? And if you have control of one of the ridges, you could potentially, fly your commander into the enemy base and just start degunning, fusions and whatever. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just trying to think of something crazy because it did feel like the Western team, what was it? Team Balance. They had a better, or no, was it Team TZN? I guess they had better control of the map. They just had better air control. Now the thing is, Team Balance did attempt to go to T3, and that was like potentially one way to come back into it. But the problem is that once the enemy team has air control and they're defending the air, it really does remove a lot of options from you because you can't do these cheeky transport plays or bombing plays. It really removes a lot of the possibilities. So I'm not sure what Team Balance could have done there once they were in that situation. It was a very difficult situation to be in. I don't know. What do you think? What would you have done in that situation if it was your team?
Well, sometimes it is about keeping your mindset positive for the tournament as a whole. When you're that far behind, it might just be I've seen this, offering the GG and saying, guys, we'll have to take the loss on this one and try and make up for it in the next the remaining rounds. But as we start now, we're looking now at round 4. There's only a couple, 3 rounds left where you can start winning to get yourself to the top. And we're starting to see some of the teams in the standings now that I don't think they can actually make it to the final. For example, Chocotube have lost all of their matches. TA Gods, I don't think I've played. They've lost all 3. So it's going to be difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, it's just one of those things I probably should have worked out in advance. It's like, how many games can you lose before you're out of being in with a chance of being at the top.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's a good question. Like, how many games can you lose? But we still got a lot of very good teams, I think, that can win, that are vying for the championship. So I wouldn't count any of them out. I mean, at this point, there's been some upsets already, and you know, like Team BARcode versus Team Careless Tryhards. That was kind of an upset. But you know, some people are saying in the Twitch chat, you know, maybe it's not an upset because Team BARcode is incredibly good players. I mean, none of these guys, you can't sleep on any of these guys. So you know, I think that's it's really hard to say who is going to win, but it's been a very interesting tournament so far, and some really good games. So
I think we now have all the results in now. The Vampire Survivors were prevalent against a fox that walked into a bar. I say, if I was handing out awards for team names, I think a fox that walked into a bar is very clever. I like that. It's funny and brings the word bar into the equation. I love it. So that means that obviously the pairings and that for the 4th round can be seeded. I'll see if we have got the answers in challenge at the moment. So yes, what do we have here? So you know, PRO.BAR are going to be up against Melon Sluger, FX against Rebar, Riffraff against Balance, Careless Tryhards against Vampire Survivors, Psychos against Loser Point of View, Sigma Boys against Comrades, RTSN against a fox that walked into a bar. So Chocotube versus Noobs of Norway, and BARcode versus Time Zone Nightmare. Out of those matches, which would you feel would be quite an interesting one to watch?
Well, Time Zone Nightmare and BARcode, they're the 2 teams that have won all their matches so far, right? And that's how this starts to work. The Swiss-style tournament starts bringing those teams together that are matched in their wins and then also your losses as you go down the ratings. So that could be one to watch. Another interesting one would be FX and BaBAR the Elephant. See if they can try and turn things around for their chances, because they've played, you know, the players played quite well from what we've seen, but yeah, it's hard to pick now between the rest of the teams.
yeah, it's again, I agree with that. I think it's really close. And let's talk about our next map. What is our next map that we're going to be doing?
So next map is Folsom Dam.
Yep.
That's
oh, I love Folsom Dam. Yeah,
yeah.
Folsom Dam. That's one of the. Okay, now is this the regular? Yeah, the regular Folsom Dam. That the northern part has the water and the southern part of the map is dry, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Fan favorite. It's been around for many years, and it's had
yeah,
you know, it's had some upgrades over the time. It looks an awesome map now. Some real care and attention being put into making it look like a, you know, a majestic place while you're destroying your enemies. So really interested in map.
Yeah, I love Folsom Dam. It's definitely one of my favorites. It's designed in such a way that there's sea play. You often see hovercrafts on this map. You know, there's epic land battles. There's air, and there's even sometimes T3 and long-range plasma cannons, because there's good places to put like plasma cannons to shell the enemy base. So just a really cool map, and this might be the first time we see a sea play in this tournament. I'd love to see some naval action. So yeah,
we're getting suggestions for BARcode versus TZN.
Let's go there then. I'm in the lobby now.
What did they call their lobby? Was it BARcode or was it? TZN? I'm just trying to find
TZN. I think the lobby's called TZN versus Loser POV, but I'm not sure if that's updated.
I see TZN versus BARcode.
Yes, that's there
Right.
in our server, the interface server on the web.
Right.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see. They're just about to start that.
Is this yeah, I'm looking for the room. What let's see, what color is it in the would it be like a purple colored match?
They're just voting to start at the moment, so it might be a different color. But it does start TZN. I think it comes up as TZN versus Loser point of view, but in the game lobby. Although I don't think that's the actual name that it actually comes up on our shortcut system. It's TZN versus BARcode. Yeah, if you're using the going in through the Tyvian server.
Have you managed to find it, Wingflier?
I'm still looking. You said there's a place to type in, like to search in the client?
You can access it through. We're looking at the Thai server interface, which allows you to configure some of your account settings, and in there's a tournament option to list games by tournament.
I see. Okay, yeah, I found it. Cool.
Makes it a little easier to find these matches. Thanks to the popularity of BAR, there are a lot.
Yeah, there's
lobbies.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, right? I mean, it's good that that the servers are full, guys. We certainly love the new players. There's been a big influx new players with all the support. A lot of big streamers, content creators taking up the BAR cause, and that makes us really happy, guys. We want BAR to be successful. We want to be, this huge RTS. I know people are hungry for RTS games, man. There's just not enough good RTSs out there, and we want to be the best. We want BAR to be the best RTS of all of them. The king of the hill, if you will.
That's right. We'll
Yeah.
aim accordingly to just keep bringing the excellence, and we have a great team behind it who wants just the best, and the best that we can give you. I've been informed that FX and BaBAR's apparently got off to a rather spicy start. Little combom going on there.
Bombs.
Bomb.
Yeah.
Why are we watching that game? What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Well, I think we'll see something very similar. So I expect, let's have a look at the map now. If we look at the bridge, this is where some of the critical play is going to be happening. Tarnished, can the stream see what we're looking at now on the map?
Oh, sorry. Whoops. Yes, that is a good. Yes, it should be able to see that. Let me just put that on. There we go, everyone. You can see that now.
Nice. So this bridge has these, what are called powerhouses if you look at them, but a load of metal in these structures to reclaim. So both teams know it's critical to get in that middle spot on the bridge, take control and reclaim those before the enemy can. And I expect the other game by FX and BaBAR is where two commanders went in headlong and end up killing each other straight away. So let's see if the same thing happens here.
But guys, like I was just saying, as we were setting up the game, this is such an interesting map. I love Folsom Dam. I actually enjoy playing games on this too, in addition to just casting it, because as you can see, the map is kind of divided into three sections. In the north, you have the pond or the sea, where the naval battles take place. In the middle, you have the bridge, which, like Borg said, is very important because on the bridge, these metal spots are worth 3.1 a piece, so it's a very lucrative to hold this bridge and to get those metal spots. But more importantly, you have these powerhouses, this reclaim that can give your team a huge advantage early, and of course the geothermals as well on the north and south of the bridge. Those will give your team a nice energy advantage. And here in the south, you have the land. Now you see a little bit of these rivers moving through, but that's basically cosmetic. This is a land area here in the south of the map. So already we see some flea spam out from both sides. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams. I will introduce the Western team just real quick. Here in the bottom left in green, we have Teddy. Here in dark blue, we have Clyret, I think. Here in purple, we have Sabotai. And here in teal, we have Grumpy, and that will be TZN. Borg, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, on the hot team over on the east side, we have with Team BARcode, north side, Malady in orange. And then on the back line, in yellow is LOL Steamroller, LSR. And to his immediate south is Captain Jack Sparrow in nice red. And the pretty in pink Ragnar on the bridge up front, looking to try and contest this bridge territory. He's already got his bot units out. He's gone Armada Commander.
Yeah. So both teams vying for the middle, building a lot of these grunts and pawns. Now, guys, I've mentioned before in CAS, this is an interesting matchup. The grunts do slightly outrange the pawns, but the pawns DPS is it's higher, so it does come down to micro. And Ragnar just seems to be microing this a little better. He is winning these engagements. Sabotai is having to use his commander now to hold on, as Ragnar has gotten a few pawns through. But I'm surprised that Ragnar is not pushing forward with his commander here. He's got enough construction bots to build. He doesn't really need his commander as a builder. I'd like to see him send his commander to the center and start taking this area.
Yeah, it's really interesting that perhaps a little bit of a mistake. I'm really reluctant to say that about Ragnar. He's an excellent player, but like you say, commander could be up there, and he has got 4 construction bots here that could be. Oh, I tell you what it is. It's because he's reclaimed so much metal now. If you look at the middle, he's reclaimed almost all of the powerhouse metal. That's 1,400 metal altogether. He's got the majority of it. That's why he's got his commander. He just wants to pump all that metal into units straight away, get an overwhelming force, and start really putting the pressure on.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. You know, the commander does have a lot of build power early on, and that will allow him perhaps to build enough pawns here to take control of the middle. You know, something I'd like to see, we don't see it as often, but if we could get some Centurions, I feel like those would be amazing in this situation. The Centurions,
yeah,
especially if he has a lot of extra metal, they're so good against just the T1 spam, you know, instead of just building these pawns. But as of now, it seems like the Eastern team has lost the middle, as blue and purple combining forces to get a foothold. And now Ragnar throwing up some laser towers to defend his side of the map. So
yeah, despite that concentration of units, Ragnar wasn't able to hold on because he got 2v1'd. And what's something really interesting, if you look at Ragnar's base on the bridge, he has no wind farms or solar panels. And what's happening there is his team have all sent in their energy share bars very low. So if we click on LSR, for example, or one of his teammates, they're sharing almost all of their energy so that Ragnar gets it and he doesn't need it. That's why he's able to focus on his construction of units only. He has nothing else. Really interesting, really good teamwork, and a lot of forethought has gone into that before this match.
But yeah, here in the north, Malady with a couple bombers, and bringing those bombers perhaps into Teal's base. He's kind of positioning them now. But I don't know, Grumpy doesn't have a lot of air defense here. He might have 1 or 2 fighters, but I don't see a single missile tower on the ground. And could Malady get some serious economic damage done with this bombing run? We will have to see.
It's a very promising bombing run there. And he's still got air superiority, still got the bombers up, no damage. And now they're just looking for targets. This is where you need to get your fighters out ahead to know where to bomb. The intel is key, but he's completely unopposed at the moment. A couple of AA defenses gone up now by Clyret. But those bombs now doing the damage, and that's almost all of his energy production gone for Clyret. Now hitting Teddy's base. Similar story. That's 7 wind turbines destroyed. Only 3 bombers doing all this. We've lost one of them. What
Yeah,
more
so-
can they do?
These bombers have a combined, I think, over 20 kills. So those bombers seriously impact the energy production of the Western team. Very nicely played by Orange, just dealing so much economic damage with just 1 or 2 bombers. That's all it really took. And yeah, really, I think keeping his team in the game, because the Western team did have control of the middle, and they also seem to have doing okay here in the bottom, though it's pretty close between Captain Jack Sparrow and Teddy. But either way, Ragna has advanced to T2, or is advancing to T2, which is crazy because he has almost no eco at all. So he's changing his mind. He's going to reclaim this. I guess he decides.
He knows he doesn't have enough, and all the while, his opposite number, Sabotage, has the 2 extra metal caps.
Yeah.
Giving him 6.2 metal per second over Ragnar. So Ragnar's sort of aware that if B even gets to the T2, he's probably going to get overwhelmed by units before he can get any out.
Yeah. This is a really tough situation to be in for Ragnar. But here in the south, Teddy and Captain Jack Sparrow sort of fighting with one another, sort of skirmish. There's a lot of pawns here, and Captain Jack Sparrow has to be careful not to get surrounded. Oh, it's going to be so close. He doesn't have energy for the D gun, but it seems like he will have just enough to survive there on 25 health.
Very close there, yeah. It's very effective use of his own grunts to shield the commander. And yeah, he just had the numbers advantage, like you say.
Yeah, just enough. And truth be told, we haven't seen much in the sea, not much sea action going on because, man, Orange is just Malady. His airplay has just been amazing this tournament. In that last game we saw in Colorado, he was absolutely dominant, and in this game, dominant as well. And he is just causing so much grief for the Western team. They're unable to really even get a foothold on the sea, or even come down. Like Teal can't even come down into the lower part of his side of the map. So Orange is just being oppressive. I mean, just absolutely oppressive with his airplay, and also now taking over the sea as well with these construction aircrafts. Guys, you just don't see airplay this good very often. It's certainly a skill. So
absolutely, his ability to maintain air superiority is and the numbers. Grumpy's getting fighters out, but they're going down immediately, and he knows that he's going to be able to maintain air superiority if he can just keep his fighters in the right position, not too close where AA defenses can get them, just near enough to stop any air screen coming up.
Yeah, and again, like I said, you know, Malady's airplay just oppressive, man. Teal's struggling to just get out of his starting base. Like he's got 1 or 2 mexes from, or he's got a few mexes from where he started, but unable to build anything else because Orange just bombing everything else he builds into oblivion. But here at the front, Sabotage, this is in the middle on the bridge. Sabotage has cloaked his commander near the entrance there of all these dragon's teeth, and you know, Ragna doing a decent job of holding on. His teams have gifted him a console so he can build these hounds. But we'll have to see what Sabotage wants to do. However, Orange with yet another bombing run. Man, the Western team is just in so much trouble. Like they just have no answer for this airplay, and Malady is single-handedly hicking them apart. This is just, I've never seen something like this. I've been playing and watching, you know, BAR for a long time, and this airplay is just, you know, I think Malady is putting a clinic on the Western team. This is crazy.
Yeah, like you say, it's unusual and unfortunate actually in some ways that there's no sea presence. But now Malady using that construction bot, getting those metal spots, means he has an incredible amount of eco just from the sea. That's plus 11 metal.
Yeah.
And
I mean, guys, Malady's airplay here is like a symphony orchestra being conducted by Beethoven. Like this is just unbelievable to watch. He's taken over this game, and all he really has is this tiny corner of the map, more or less. I mean, of course he has the sea, but he's done most of this with very little eco at all. He's just using what he has so effectively. And now here on the bridge, Sabotage using his commander to degun some of these hounds. He's got to be careful though, as Pink may have just enough. Oh my god, he is cloaked, so he may get away.
Just about cloaked him. He's got his jammer there, so the radar cannot see him. But they're about to take that out, and now they can see that commander now. They know where he is. What are they going to do? They should try and keep their range if possible.
They will get him.
Yeah, they get him. They all die, but now it's a race for that wreckage. And a big part of the follow-up, balance of power, is helped by the fact that Malady bombed Sabotage base. He's got nothing. He's got no units.
Guys, this is pretty funny because like I can't overemphasize the fact Ragna had nothing. He had nothing. This whole game he's had with this one mechs. You know, Ragna, he's relying completely on his teammates to give him resources. This is like one of those. Have you guys ever played one of those RTS like missions where you just start with a group of units and that's all you get? Like you don't get to build anything.
Absolutely.
But that's kind of what Ragna's doing. Like he doesn't have a base. He gets some units and he's just used them really well. If I was in Ragna's position, I think I probably would have just left the game. You know, he just had one next. That was it. That's all he had left in the world. But despite that, he has used what he has so well to push purple out of the middle. And but again, like you said, that is in no small part to Malady's airplay and just keeping the Western team in this very oppressed kind of position where it's hard to do anything.
Yeah, it's really good teamwork there. But let's not count out the West team. They've got Time Zone Nightmare, got really nice territory now in the south side. A couple of metal spots there, not to be sniffed at. And potentially now in striking distance of Captain Jack Sparrow. They've got the T2 units, got the commander up front. This is a springboard potentially for an attack.
Yeah. And I want to say this too, guys. Like these are all really good players, so I'm not going to knock on them. But Purple could have held mid better than he did. He didn't really build the right kind of defenses that he needed there. He was building a toaster, a T2 plasma cannon. You know, that's not really what he needed to hold that. He should have built some Vipers, some pop-up cannons, something better than what he built to stop the Hound and Maverick push. That could have been held, I think. But not to take anything away from Ragna, he did a good job too of pushing through there. But I think Purple could have held that. I think definitely that was a bit of a dropped ball there by the Western team.
Yeah, so very back and forth. We've got Sabotage now with very little to show of his base. Got a few constructors. He is rebuilding, but he's got good support from his teammates. Claret now with the Starlight. Very effective if it's got support with its tachyon weapon. It can't really do a lot on its own, so maybe he'll try and snipe some units. But it really needs some, at least T1 screening units in front of it.
Yeah. And at the bottom, we see LSR just moving in with a lot of grunts. And the funny thing is, Teddy had T2, he had hounds, but the grunts just swarming the hounds. Guys, the hounds can be swarmed. They don't fire super quickly. They are vulnerable to just getting overwhelmed. And this battle here at the south is still very close. It's very even. As Teddy bringing his commander in here, he might actually need to use his D-gun or something to stop this aggression. But we do see on the west side now, there's a ton of fighters. The Western team no longer going to allow Malady to simply style on them as he was for the first 5-10 minutes of the game. So they do have some nice air defense now. But kind of think the story of the game is here in the middle as, Pink building some nice defenses, but as you said, this one Starlight being very annoying, and nice use of mines as well by Sabotage.
Yeah. In lieu of T1 or other units to screen him, he's got a little minefield, which won't last forever, but it's going to do some major damage while it is there.
But unfortunately, that minefield isn't going to last forever. And again, I think Ragna's doing a better job of kind of building what he needs here in the middle to hold this. But here in the
looks
bottom,
like-
Captain Jack Sparrow moving through, it finally does break this position as Teddy did retreat his commander. And man, this is looking bad for the Western team. What do you think?
Yeah, some dangerous push going on the bridge. The south side starting to be pushed back. Lots of metal wreck there that Captain Jack Sparrow is already reclaiming with his grave robbers. So it's starting to really shift momentum there. We've got Malady now transitioned to hovercraft on the north side. No units really making their presence felt yet, but that's going to be another avenue across this north side that Grumpy is probably not expecting.
No, that's completely right. Grumpy, I don't know if he has anything to stop these hovercrafts. He has gone completely into air.
On the bridge, Klyret versus Ragnar. He's hitting his comm now with his hounds. He had them set on Gauss cannons, so a little bit more effective hitting moving targets, although less damage. And Klyret's now cloaked his comm. This is looking really dangerous now.
I think
Ragnar is banging on the front door.
Yeah, the Western team pushing through from literally all sides, pushing through in the north with hovercraft, in the south, and also on the bridge in the middle. So the Eastern team is in full control of this game right now, as the Western team just struggling to even hang on. Klyret's commander now getting surrounded, and he's going to explode instantly as soon as he uncloaks. So, and these hovercrafts are now in... they're kind of in Teal's base.
Teddy.
There's just not much there to stop.
Wingflier Teddy at the south is about to lose his comm as well.
Yeah.
It's looking on all fronts. It's looking not great for the West team. Time Zone Nightmare are having a nightmare.
No, it certainly is a nightmare. As this Eastern team has just been playing amazingly. Team BARcode, I believe it is, just really putting. Man, the team play has been amazing. This is what I'll say, guys. The team play of the Eastern team was just better. But to hold that thought, because Dark Blue is moving a bombing run, it seems, down through the south, or a nuclear bomber, a Lich.
Nuclear bomb, yeah.
But mismicroing it a little bit there. It doesn't drop its payload. It doesn't hit anything, and it's going to die before it even drops a single bomb. So
there's the hero unit Shredder. I'll just ping it. That one Shredder was focusing on that atomic bomber and did all the damage.
Yeah.
And that stopped that bombing run. That could have been, if it got just 2 shots off in their eco, that could have changed things.
Yeah, and Team TZN will call GG. It is pretty much over. But guys, as I was saying, the team play was just better for the Eastern team. I mean, Ragnar basically had no eco the whole game, relying on his teammates to support him, and they did. They allowed him to leech off of their eco, and he was able to take back the mid. So just great team play by Team BARcode.
Yeah, very well done. It's great to see that sort of coordination. There's a lot of practice gone in, so you do expect it. But to see it be executed is it's really fulfilling.
Yeah. But I'm going to have to give Malady the MVP this game. Malady's airplay, absolutely incredible, and definitely played a huge role in his team's ability to hang on during the mid game. So,
yeah, absolutely. Establishing that air superiority made a huge difference.
Yeah, nicely done by Team BARcode, and I think, are they undefeated? Are they 4-0 now?
Yeah, it's 4-0, I think. Really well done.
Round 4 things then, see what we've got. Oh, quite a lot of results have come in. A few results, sorry, have come in. So Careless Tryhards have been prevalent in their round, and Team FX have also been victorious. BARcode prevailing over Time Zone Nightmare, as we just saw there. So I think that makes BARcode undefeated. End of round 4.
Yeah, we've got 2 games still going. We've got RTN versus Fox, and we've got Chocotube versus Noobs of Norway.
See if we've got any recommendations for perhaps showing another game in round 4. That would be quite advanced.
Yeah, that game went to 20 minutes that we just watched, so maybe there's some time left. One of these remaining matches. Let's.
There's
I'll have a look at
RTSN.
RTSN.
Is still going. Should we have a look at that one?
Yeah, let's have a go. It's 20 minutes in. We'll be interested to see how long is left.
All right.
For this matchup.
We'll have a look at that one. So I think, well, it's written up on the board as RTSN versus a fox that walked in a bar. So, unfortunate in the last round. Perhaps they can start to turn their fortunes around.
Yeah. So we're just catching up, guys. We're going to have to catch up to about the 20-minute mark in this game. But yeah, that was a really good one. I almost feel like if Malady did not carry his team with that airplay, I don't know. It would have been a lot closer. I'm not saying that BARcode would have lost, but I think that airplay early on certainly giving them a huge advantage.
Yeah, and taking control of the C-Maxes was...
Yeah.
That makes a big difference on a map like that. Where there's no contest over it for a long time. Grumpy did eventually get his commander into the water and start taking some of them, but possibly too little too late.
So the one thing we do see in this game already is naval play. We didn't see any of it really in the game we just watched, but it is nice to see some naval combat in this game. So maybe when we do catch up, we can get a hopefully we get to see some guys. That's one aspect of BAR that I feel like is kind of underappreciated as the naval component. Most people just like to play on land maps, but the sea has been balanced as well over a period of 10-15 years. So it is a lot of fun to watch and play, especially if you can get to those higher tiers of naval units. That's very enjoyable to cast.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the players quickly. So I'll start off. I know the game's already started, but in the west side we've got Team RTSN, and in the north, in the sea now, in blue is Sries or Sries, I guess we can call him. And then in the sky blue we've got Circod, who we saw a little bit of earlier. Remember when he was receiving the fire from the Sheldons and didn't react and then lost his comm. And then we've got to his south in purple Reshko, and the last player in green is Araka. Take us over to the hot side, Wingflier.
Yeah, so on the hot side here at the south, it's done a good job of taking the taking this land area. Skylord Fox, and in yellow we have Sly Fox. So it looks like his commander is gone. He's at the base of the bridge. We have Cumber here in pink, and then finally we have Forlog in orange. So let's talk about the positions that are happening. Orange at the north has a nice naval army, but blue has a lot of harpoons in the water. So it's pretty close in terms of the naval battle. But here in the south, green moving through with a lot of tigers, and red will probably have to use his commander to stop this. He is trying to move his commander, and he doesn't have much energy for D-guns. He might have just enough. But man, Raka with a potentially game-ending number of tigers, as these are just kiting out of the range of the commander. And go ahead and talk about it here in the north, this naval battle.
Just about to say, this naval push now from Forlog. He's got the commander, Sries, dead. Takes out the shipyard with it, and now they've got nothing and they've given up. I think it was the combination of that sea push taking out the commander and all the tigers you were talking about with no opposition. I think they knew it was done.
Well, that game looked a lot closer than it was. I mean, when we first jumped in, it seemed pretty even, but I guess it wasn't as even as it looked. So,
well, it just shows you how this game. If you allow one blunder, it can really end the game for you. So these teams have got to be vigilant at all times. Getting that many tiger tanks though, without an opposition, sort of suggests that the eco team for team RTSN was already established. So it's interesting to see like how that played out. It's a strange ending. I'm not really sure
No,
what to
no,
make of it.
I agree. It was it looked to me it looked really close. I mean, it looked like both teams pretty evenly matched. But man, all it took was one good push in the C, and then a good push. Yeah, that was crazy. It was crazy that. No, but I don't understand though. Like I'm still not sure why they left because it was the Eastern team that got the comm right up in the sea in the north. They had gotten the comm right, wasn't it the Eastern team?
Yeah, yes. The
Yeah,
trees got destroyed in the sea, and they
yeah.
called GG there. But I think that's potentially too early. But then we didn't see the whole map play out.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
they're
didn't see the whole game. We
far
don't have
behind.
so yeah.
Just looking at the end game graphs, I always like run over these. I'm not sure if it's still available for Tarnished to look through, but if you can look at like how the metal produced overall, I think Raka was the highest. So and his teammate together. So it means that their eco was indeed higher. I think this is potentially them getting into their own heads a little bit and thinking
Yeah.
they weren't actually that far behind.
No, I agree. I feel like it would be one thing if both sides, both the North and the South, it was the Western team that had won, but the Eastern team had just taken out a calm with those with that naval army.
Yeah.
And you know, of course, Green was breaking through. Like I had said, this is a potentially game-ending push of Tigers. So, you know, enough Tigers can be very dangerous, and it probably would have been difficult for them to stop that. But like you said, I don't know that it was. I don't know if it was a good idea to just end the game right there. You know, to just tap out at that moment.
Yeah, because it was hard to get really hold on things. Maybe they were going to lose everything. They probably knew that they had lost. I'm not sure how many commanders they had left because they'd lost that one in the sea.
They had 3
I
left.
didn't actually see the count. Sorry, Tarnished?
They had 3 left. I'm pretty sure only one commander went down, I think, on the other side. I've just jumped into Chocotube versus Noobs of Norway and just sort of doing a catch up on that.
Excellent.
It's the last match that's still running on this round, so we can at least try to show that. It still seems to be going on.
Yeah, it's been going on for almost 30 minutes now, guys. This is a very long game. Of course, I will say this, when you have lower skill players and teams, the games do tend to go longer just because in the higher skill games, I think the players have better teamwork and they can end it more quickly. They also have better knowledge of the game. So,
yeah,
you know,
interesting actually. They, Chocotube are the lowest rated team in terms of some of their skills. So, you know, they're the underdogs. If anyone wants to root for the underdogs, here they are.
Oh
no, so
we got a clarification from the audience about the last match and why there was a resign. There wasn't a resign. It was apparently the last commander was sniped.
Oh, okay.
A lot of sense. That's really well played then, considering that we could see that there was definitely an opportunity for them to win, but the other team managed to snipe the comm. That's a cool ending. I'm sorry you missed that, guys. It was a little bit difficult to get a handle on everything going on at once.
Yeah. So one thing that is funny for anyone in the chat that doesn't know this, Borg handles the ratings, right? The like the matchmaking ratings. What do you call them?
So we use open skill, and I help analyze how that's working. And there's a bunch of people active in Discord discussing it. But really, the infrastructure behind it is Typhoon. He's the one that's put in a lot of work to make all of this infrastructure work with player ratings and the algorithms. He's written in a language called Elixir, actually, for those interested in the technical side. And I'm helping him understand what it is about player ratings that we can improve. And we're also coming up with the idea of introducing seasons. We're going to prototype a Season 0 soon, which will allow players to start climbing the rankings again, because there's players in the community that have been around for years, and their ratings are kind of almost fixed. Not entirely, but when they win matches, their rating doesn't increase very much. But new players, they can come in and climb the ratings quite quickly. So we're going to start putting in new features around that. And that's a lot of my focus for BAR is at the moment.
Yeah, it's really funny because, again, Borg has analyzed this. He's part of the team that works on this open skill rating, to determine how good players are. And so he's done a lot of analysis on the skill ratings of the teams that we have in the tournament, like adding together the player skills and determining, what the team's, quote unquote skill rating is. And so he's talked to me a lot about, which teams have the highest skill rating, which teams are going to have the advantage just based on math alone. And it reminds me a little bit of the movie Moneyball with Brad
Great
Pitt.
quote. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen Moneyball, but it's it's a true story about someone that started basically using mathematics to create a baseball team. Instead of just using guesswork to decide which players you should put in which positions. Literally using algorithms and mathematics to determine what the optimal team is. And so that's a bit of what Borg is doing here. He's put together the stats. He's run the numbers, and he's determined that he knows, math will tell all, which team.
I sometimes get a little bit absolutist about it, but like I said earlier, the stats is the one thing that can help you understand the game. But really, these team games, it's really about how the teams gel, how they communicate and help each other out, and that can overcome the ratings. I think it was somewhat destiny, though. If you're the lowest rated team, you are going to have an upward struggle. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Looking at this game now, we have a Black Hydra from Catawag just absolutely smashing on the door of Laranch. And Laranch is part of the lowest rated team, Chocotube. So, the stats don't lie, but they can be somewhat misleading sometimes.
I mean, you just come out and say it. If you're a low rated player, you're terrible. You have no chance. You're horrible. And that the stats determine your worth as a human being. So it's cool. It's fine if you just want to come out and make that announcement. You work on this open skill, and I have total faith in your ability.
Hey, well, some of these players, they have literally played hundreds of games, even some of them thousands of games across not just BAR, but Total Annihilation and loads of the Supreme Commander type games. And you can look at their stats and really understand how good they are. If you pair them up against someone else, you can be pretty confident that out of 10 games, one of them's going to win 8 games or something like that. Yeah. But let's not let that distract us too much from the fact that in this match
we have a push from Sizzle Bay.
We have a huge push.
Well, I will say this: what the stats would indicate is that the Eastern team is stronger, and I think the math is sort of proving itself right here because the Western team in a lot of trouble. This Black Hydra is shelling the shore, and a lot of Sheldons moving in as well. So this is looking pretty.
They've got
pretty dire here.
One massive difference there is that Brunks did have equivalent units with range, but didn't bring anything to screen, either against the sumos that are getting up close or the air attack. That combined arms, bombers, gunships, and Sheldons just absolutely annihilating his units, and he didn't have an answer for that. The rest of his team not really in a position to help him either. We've still got up in the north Hugul and Brunks' team getting battered by this Black Hydra, who's just been parked up on the coastline and raining down its long-range plasma. Starting to do some critical damage there.
So the Black Hydra already has 27 kills. Guys, these Black Hydras are essentially T3 units. I mean, even though they don't come out of a gantry, they are very expensive and very powerful, and they're like game-ending naval units. And currently targeting this nuclear ICBM launcher, it'll die just before it can get a nuke in the chamber there. So ultimately, I think the Western team is just about to tap out here. There's just not much left for them to stay in the game.
Yeah, once that commander goes down, there'll just be Yo Gaming remaining on his own at the south side. He's not producing units very quickly. He has got some metal to be spent. But you see, this is completely different to the games we've been watching at the higher levels. He doesn't have any nano turrets to help him build, and that they can make such a massive difference. If you're a new player and you haven't really explored using nano turrets to help build stuff in your base, you're missing out. So I'm sure you've seen these pro players do exactly that, and you should give it a go yourself.
So basically, what Borg is saying is that their true skill rating isn't high enough for them to use nano turrets yet. So that DLC will be unlocked when they get 10 more points, and then they'll unlock the nano turret technology.
Pay to win, yeah. If only I wouldn't support such a venture, but
yeah, no, pay to win. No, I mean, I'm gonna have to talk to the BAR team about how they can get some more money. I think this is very financially lucrative enterprise.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone on this project is doing it voluntarily, you know, and not just their time, but some of the guys are putting money in, and we do have some donations. But you know, there's a lot of this is just through passion for the game, for Total Annihilation and its derivatives as a whole. But also just learning. A lot of us have learned a lot of skills by developing, you know, some of the code in the engine and graphical design, and just there's so many features here that have come from people just trying to learn how to do something new. And then it's made it into the game.
There's been all kinds of stories about the BAR team. You know, these men, you know, their wives have left them, and their kids have run off, and you know, they just put so much into this, guys. You know, you've got to appreciate the amount of dedication and passion from the BAR devs here. They've put everything into this game, you know, to bring you guys this free-to-play RTS that really should not be free-to-play. It is so incredibly well polished for a free-to-play game. It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a wonderful game, open source. I love just being able to see all the way it's put together in the GitHub repo. All the code is there and really accessible. And that's for me personally as a data scientist, that's what I do for work. It's a real joy just being able to dig into some of this stuff. And then at the end of the day, you've got some free time to play a game where you're blowing up huge units. And you know, playing 8v8 games or 1v1 games, they're fantastic. So that's the conclusion of that game. They did take it home in the end. Well done. That is Chocotube. I think they've lost all their games, unfortunately. But as lowest rated team, that's kind of what we expected.
Someone has to fall down so the others can be propped up. It's when you get through to the Swiss and that, someone's going to end up losing all their matches. But there you go. There's got a couple more rounds to try and eke out a win. I think that was the last result that's come in. And so hopefully Challenge has calculated for us the 5th round. What are we looking at here? So if we're wanting to continue to follow BARcode, for example, their opponents this time will be FX. Time Zone Nightmare, they're going to be paired up with PRO.BAR. Would be an interesting match. Careless Tryhard been paired up with Balance, RTSN with Comrades. So those are the ones that I think are actually doing the best in the tournament at the moment. Although it's a bit difficult to read.
BARcode, they're undefeated, right? I'd like to. That's my vote.
I'm just wondering if we should.
Tarnished Knight, what do you think?
I'm just wondering in terms of getting a spread of that, because if they're doing really well at the moment, there's a very good chance they're going to make it to the finals, and we're going to see a lot of them then. So, and we've already seen BARcode. Was that at least once? Maybe we've seen them twice. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's just so much been going on. It's been so much action. Are there any teams we haven't seen very much of? Because the benefit of the Swiss tournament is that all the teams are there and they're playing against each other. And as you go through to the later stages of the Swiss tournament, the teams are being matched up according to how well they're doing. So we're finding that the matches are now going to get closer and more interesting. So even with the teams that are not rated as highly, we should find that they're being paired up with similarly skilled teams, and should also lead to some interesting battles in that front. So from that view, are there any other, maybe is there going to be any interesting matchups here that you feel that we perhaps haven't seen any particular teams yet?
Well, I'm not sure if we've seen Sigma Boys versus the Psychos. I think we might have caught the end of Sigma Boys fighting. That could be one. Otherwise, yeah, I think we've covered most of the teams at least once.
Okay,
Yeah.
look and see if Sigma Boys, who are they up against? Total Annihilation, go.
Yeah, I think BARcode versus FX and Careless Tryhards versus Balance. I think those will be good. Time Zone Nightmare versus PRO.BAR. Those three are going to be ones to watch.
So we're just having the boards updated accordingly, but I just wanted to show the map that they'll be fighting on. That will be Forge this time. I like the sort of the sheer variety of the maps that we have here and how the teams have to think and bring different strategies. And I think this one's quite distinct, as we'll no doubt find in the team plays. So I suppose first of all, let's pick a lobby to jump in, and then we can talk a bit more about what Forge as a map is going to bring to this tournament and what the teams are going to have to worry about. Back to that.
Well, I am currently in the TZN versus PRO.BAR lobby.
PRO.BAR.
I don't know if that's the best one, but that's the one I'm in.
Okay, we'll go with him.
What's this?
Just getting set up at the moment. Okay, so fine. TZN PRO.BAR. When you want. We can. So tell us and the audience what we going to look for in the plays in this round on Forge. What's the key interesting aspects here?
Well, Forge, I must say, is probably my favorite map. I often play it on an 8v8, so it's going to be a little bit different.
It's huge. It's a huge map for 4v4. It's huge. It's really a big map, which isn't bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but like these are going to be big, probably long, drawn out games.
It's one of those, of the maps we've seen so far, this one has the most metal, and it also has these energy crystals with a lot of energy density, so you can reclaim them and really boost your eco. And on top of that, if you, I'm not sure if we're able to see the map yet. Tarnished, were you in there?
They have well, I've got the map up on the round 5. So the benefit of what we've got set up here with the Figma that I'm currently showing is that the pairings have just been entered in, so the audience can see that. And perfect. At the same time, it shows the map quite clearly.
Yeah. So right in the center of the map, you've got the volcanoes caldera, and the teams will start east and west of that. And right in the middle of the team's start position, so immediately west and east of that caldera, you've got 4 metal spots that are very high in metal density. So you get loads of income from them, and also 5 geo spots. So those geothermal vents, if you cap them with geothermal, even the T1 geothermal power plants, that's an incredible energy income. Takes a little bit of investment to get them going, of course. They're relatively costly in metal, but that is going to be completely different compared to the other maps we've seen. For 1 or 2 players start there, which I almost certainly they will, we're going to be seeing them pumping out units like no tomorrow. What do you think, Wingflier? What else is interesting?
The thing about this map, and I don't know if you guys can see it right now. Tarnished, are you showing the map on the screen?
I'm showing Forge, at least a sort of like a 3D slightly rotated form that we're showing off on round for round 5. So it's not quite the one that you see in game when you're in the lobby, because that's sort of like flat and directly on top. So this is like shows a bit more of the 3D aspect of the map. So you can see that you actually dive down into the caldera, and then you've got this like massive hill bit with the acting as the volcano in dead center.
So if anyone's ever played this map, whoever created it is a genius. Whoever created this map is a freaking genius, because like there's basically this thing I call a noob trap, where they set all the geothermals up beside each other, and of course everyone's greedy, so everyone builds these moho geos, and they build like 4 or 5 moho geos beside one another, and then one explodes, and like everyone builds their base on top of these too, right? Like, you know, you just build this whole conglomeration of structures, and then one bombing run, you know, one well-placed tactical missile or whatever, and your entire base goes up into smoke. So I love that. I love how this map is designed. You know, everyone sees that there's this risk of building all the geos, but they just can't help themselves. It's like this human nature to be as greedy as possible. And so overall, like, I'm just very excited to see how that plays out. You know, are these teams going to be greedy? Are they going to try to get, you know, the 4 moho geos and you know, try to take those, or are they going to put the prudes on instead? You know, the prude is the safer geothermal option.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that'll be interesting to see. And I think because of that, air is going to play a massive role in this, because whichever team can get those bombing runs to take out the geo farms, that's going to give the team a huge advantage that can you know, bomb the enemy team's energy production early on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like what you say about the geothermals and that. But even though, as you say, it's a noob trap, but it also has a positive aspect that when you try to take advantage of that, and then bang, they all go up due to a well-placed tactical strike, it helps teach players that, you know, you've got to be careful with the placement of certain buildings, and you get a more of appreciation for the distance of the explosion and what, you know, the aspects of how that factors into base building. And it's you know, it's one of those that really encourages it, because otherwise you might just accidentally not really notice these things in a lot of matches. So I think that's really interesting from a learning perspective as well. But yeah, that's just my view.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it is. I mean, it's like I said, I just feel like, especially in these new, you know, because guys, like, let's be honest, like most games that happen, most bar games are with like just newer, like average or below average players, you know, because people are joining, you know, thousands of new players are coming in. They've never played this game in their life, right? They have no idea, and so they don't know that, like, if you build all these geos beside each other, they're going to cause this chain reaction that's going to take up your whole base. So like, just imagine playing for the first time and you're like, oh, hey, I'm just going to build these geos, you know, and then a nice bombing run comes and your whole base just explodes. I mean, everything that you own, your teammates' base, you know, and everything is just destroyed. And it's just so funny to watch because, again, whoever created this map was diabolical. You know, it's like they knew this was going to happen. They predicted, you know, these players are either going to be greedy or they're just not going to understand that you can't do this. And it's a lot of fun.
Well, let's give him a shout out. The author of this map is Nycuxis, and he has made quite a number of maps, and they're all real fan favorites. Another favorite of mine is All That Glitters, and he's just given that a revamp recently. Really interesting new design. But this map, another aspect we should talk about that he purposely designed is if you have nuclear explosions from your commander, it deforms the map enough to expose the lava, and then units can't cross that without taking massive damage. So it really changes the dynamic of the map as you're playing. It'd be interesting to see how the players react to that.
Yeah. So in one of the games I was watching, so Winter, guys, if you know Winter StarCraft, he or maybe we should call him Winter Bar now, you know, but he streams this game quite a bit. And one game he was playing on this map, and like you said, a commander had exploded and it had caused this lava pit, you know, near his base. And he kept sending units, he kept rallying units through the lava, right? And they would just burn to death. And Of course, everyone in the Twitch chat's like laughing and making fun of him because, you know, that's what Twitch chat does, right? Is just troll the streamer. And so what he does is he tries to use his commander to build a dragon's teeth wall, a circle around this this lava pit so that his units will stop pathing through it. And in the process of doing that, accidentally gets his commander stuck in the pit inside the dragon's teeth and loses his commander like that. So, you know, like you said, that can be really funny. These lava pits can form on the map when it gets deformed, and then that can definitely change the pathing. You definitely have to be careful. So that is pretty
absolutely. Right, this match is getting kicked off. Let's introduce the players. Tarnished, are we looking at the map?
Oh yes, we are in, and we are watching the action.
Excellent. Wingflier, do you want to introduce the hot team?
Yeah, let's go ahead and introduce Team PRO.BAR. We have here in orange, Zelen, or going bots first. Here in red, we have Randy, also going bots first. Daywalker in yellow, going bots first. And finally, we have pink Exist as ARM. I think the only ARM player on the Eastern team going bots first. Go ahead and introduce our Cool Colors team.
Thank you very much. From Time Zone Nightmare on the respective players, it's Master Bell in purple on the north side. To his south, we have Teddy in green, and then we've got Clyra in blue, and at the south side we got Grumpy. And they have all open bots so far. I think only Master Bell is Armada, the rest are core.
Yeah. And that's a little, I find that a little surprising. Well, I guess not. I guess as long as you have one player, but you definitely want both. You definitely want at least one player on your team to be ARM so that you can have both forms of technology. There are things that ARM gets that core does not, and vice versa. So you definitely want to have a mix on your team. But Exist with this one tick being very annoying, moving through here, taking out a mechs, and just kind of being a nuisance in general.
I know it's only one mech's metal extractor, but that is 4.9 worth, I think. And this is only one, so that's a major bit of damage. It's going to really slow him down if he doesn't get it built back up quickly.
Yeah. And already, like I was saying, guys, from the beginning, you can see that the player bases, if you look at the east and west, they kind of conglomerate around these geos. You know, the players just can't help themselves but build their base like really close to the geos, you know. And so, again, when these go up, inevitably as they will, it causes a lot of collateral damage. But here in the south, Grumpy and Exist moving forward to try to take this territory, you know, try to get a hold of the center, the south center of the map. And I never did ask, who do you predict? Who do you think's going to win this? Who do you give the edge to here?
Well, Time Zone Nightmare definitely have the advantage. Again, back to the stats. Their players have higher ratings.
Yeah.
It helps settle it, but let's not count out PRO.BAR. They have their average rating is 35. Time Zone Nightmare is 45, just to give you a flavor. But let's not rule them out. PRO.BAR are a very strong team, and their team play has been really good so far. It's really going to come down to, as we were talking about, the bombing. Now, I think there'll be some transition to air, and this map is very wide. As we were saying, this is a typical 8v8 map. They're not going to be able to control the skies across the whole front effectively. So it's whoever can really get the bombers through first to that back line and do some damage is probably going to be the deciding factor on this one.
Yeah. No, you know, I'm going to trust you guys. I'm going to say the team with the higher open skill rating, going to be an open skill elitist here. I'm going to say that TZN is going to win. But guys, it really does come down to team play. It really does come down to who can skin the cat just a little bit better. But speaking of team play, here in the south, we have two commanders from each side doing a lot of work to try to build up what they need to break through. and a pink with some nice Rocketeers already. But Randy's got to be careful in the north as Thug's pressuring his commander. Go ahead.
I don't think anyone said anything, Wingflier.
Oh yeah, I thought you were about to say something. But here in the south, Grumpy putting up a Warden. What do you think about this? What do you think about putting up a Warden right here? You know, this early on in the game, it's an interesting defense.
It's one of those options. It's got very long range compared to other defenses. So if you can get it up without the other player knowing, or you have advantage in number of units, it can really help you just lock down that area. Often see players in sort of public games build these in the wrong situations. They try and rush them, but don't have the eco to get them up quickly. And in the meantime, the opportunity cost of building that is nearly 500 metal. You could have a couple of really good units out, and instead you've got something static that's not even ready yet. So pro player Grumpy knows when to do this, and he's got some units in front of it to screen. I think he is likely, if they do push quite far forward, he might even reclaim it. It's one of those things that you don't want it just sat there doing nothing.
Randy in a little bit of trouble here as his commander almost gets taken out. And here in the north, excuse us guys, 3 commanders have gone down already. Teddy's commander goes down, and we have orange and purple take each other out. And so a lot of carnage happening in the north, and these teams will be vying for these juicy metal corpses. Whichever team can get these corpses is certainly going to have a nice economic lead over their opponents. But you know, as you were saying earlier, the Western team has built 2 Wardens here at the front line, and those will give them some defense. But the problem is that the what is it? The Shell Shocker, the Wolverine, the mobile artillery will outrange those, and that will be perhaps a problem for Grumpy and Clyret here in the south.
Yeah, absolutely. You need units to be pushing ahead of these Wardens on their own. Range of about 600 versus those artillery of about 700. So they can't just sit there if you've got artillery fighting on your doorstep.
And Daywalker moving forward, he's got to be careful. He's
quickly look at Blue Clyret moving in with a huge number of bombers through the middle, over the Caldera, into the back line, hitting Randy's base. That's the bot lab nearly destroyed. Not quite did it. He didn't have the numbers. That's 8 bombers. Wasn't quite enough. I think you can do it with 8 just about, but I think he just slightly mistargeted there. Now hitting Zellin's base.
And he still won't get the bot lab. Still not quite getting it.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a return fight, flyover for this one. Now he says goodnight to that bot lab, but in the meantime, south side, we've got to push Daywalker, getting his units into behind the commander's wreckage, which just went down. That lava is something to watch for. We have seen some units on the north side actually get killed by the lava, but it's looking open. Clyret coming forward with his commander. They've only got 2 commanders left. He knows he needs to stop this push though, so he's pushing him forward regardless. And Daywalker's coming out of range, and the problem is he's got lashers, which have the range to destroy the commander outside of the blast radius. So that's another commander down. This is looking pretty dangerous now.
Yeah, Grumpy is the last commander, it seems, on the Western team, and he's going to retreat. His team probably telling him to get out, because now they know he is the only commander left. If they take out Teal's commander, they have won the game. And perhaps in a bit of an upset, the Eastern team is looking dominant here. It's still somewhat close, but they have broken through the South for sure. Now picking up Grumpy's commander in a transport and flying him out of danger. But the problem is that there's just so much metal to reclaim now. Here in the South for the Eastern team, they're going to get all of these corpses, and it's just going to propel them forward even further. And here in the North, they're pushing through as well. So this is looking pretty bad. Even with that nice bombing run, I still think the Eastern team is in a very dominant position.
Yeah, it's looking like they've established quite a lot. Another unusual decision here is Pro Randy is building an agitator up on the north side, the red player. It's going to have the range to do a lot of damage to some of the defending units from Teddy, but it's unusual to invest that much metal in just that static defense.
Yeah,
still
it's a little
wide
bit
open.
strange. And he's also kind of splitting his build power between that and the T2 bot lab, so he's a bit indecisive about what he wants to do. Is he trying to tech up, or is he trying to break this defense?
Absolutely.
Teddy is now on T2, and you have to imagine we'll start building Sheldons right away to start sieging Randy's base. Yeah, he is already working on that Sheldon, so...
Still a bit of a push on the south side coming through.
Yeah.
Exist is pushed through with his units. He's got a few paralyzer drones that are there, enough to slow down and help take out some of those units. Now looking for a push on the north side. Pro Randy's still got enough units to keep the pressure up, but yeah, like you say, going for T2 and that medium plasma battery at the same time has really slowed him down.
Yeah, it's a bit indecisive. I don't agree with it. I mean, because now this agitator, it's probably not going to live that long. These Sheldons can DPS it down very quickly, and you know, the truth is the agitator's DPS really isn't that high, and it will go down. And so now Randy in a bit of trouble. His commander is very, very low. He will have to retreat. But now Teddy's going to move forward with the Sheldon pressure, and Randy is going to be very hard pressed to actually stop this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. He already lost that agitator, and there's also the commander wreckage right in front of him. And it's the same on the south side. There's a commander wreckage still not reclaimed that could just be quite quickly used, just create more units. Still territory to be fought over.
Yeah. And
the dangerous push coming in now. Master Bell getting into the back line of Zellin's base, doing some damage, trying to get the nano turrets. Yes, he does get them. That's a huge amount of build power destroyed. Very effective push there.
Yeah,
and that's
I
been
have
followed
to
up.
say, Teddy doing a great job here. Now moving forward with a bunch of grunts and these Sheldons, and I think Randy's about to lose everything here at the front line. He's going to lose this advanced bot lab. He might even lose his commander. He's coming back for some D guns. Oh my God, Teddy's not watching. Teddy wasn't microing. He could have gotten his commander, I think, there if he had been paying.
Yeah, it's a big factor in these games. Starts to be, you know, how much attention you actually have, how many actions per minute, as it's called in many similar games. And Teddy just not able to focus on everything at once. Spread out with a lot of units, and now the territory's there. There's a lot of metal for them to reclaim here. Some dangerous lava, they have lost some units to that. They should be looking to potentially restore that. Any of the construction or resurrection bots can do it. The storm, it can restore the terrain back to it. Oh, there we go. Just restoring it now on the north side. So that lava's now sealed back up and not going to destroy his units. But here we go.
Go ahead.
Randy's looking at Randy's base. He's got the units now starting to surround him. What's he able to put up to help defend it? Looks like nothing from an except an air transport. Probably going to yeet his commander out of there and just try and stay alive. He is one of 2 commanders left for his team, so he knows it's worth trying to save him.
I don't even know if he's going to get out. This lasher is hitting it.
Oh.
He will not escape. And,
he picked it up just too late.
And it felt like the Eastern team was doing okay, but I really think that came down to Randy's decision making there. He deciding to put in so much resources into that agitator, but splitting his resources between that and the T2 lab, and ultimately he doesn't really do either one. You know, it takes too long for the agitator to get up, and then it takes too long for the T2 lab to get up, and Teddy just overwhelms him. I mean, Teddy just crushed him.
Yeah. The GG's been called there. Time zone nightmare prevail. As the suggested by the stats, but it did really look like Pro.BAR were ahead and were looking like they might take the win. You know, What I think that you're right though. Pro Randy's decision to build the agitator and the T2 at the same
Yeah.
time. He did have the commander wreckage in front of him. Maybe he was thinking that I can reclaim it and then be able to complete both. But definitely want to file under blunder there. What
No,
else do you
I
think
agree.
decided it?
I think the Eastern team had the advantage. I think the Eastern team was winning, but to be honest, Randy's decision making there a little questionable, and Teddy with those Shieldens just he just ended up taking out his whole base and then just pushed through. So very well played by both sides, but ultimately I think it really did hinge on that one engagement there.
Okay, so just looking at the matches that we've still got, I think we've got 3 more running. Now, assuming, of course, these titles are correct, I'll have to double check. RTSN versus Comrades, Loser Point of View versus BABAR, and Careless Tryhards versus Balance. Wondering if Careless Tryhards versus
Careless
Balance.
Tryhards, where are they at?
Yeah, let's try them.
Okay, we'll go
I'm
join
jumping in.
there. They're 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah, because like I said, this map can. I mean, these games could go on for a while. Certainly possible.
So in that last match, what do you think was the tipping point there? Because it at one point looked as though the East side was going to overwhelm the West. They had a really good start. They got the Nightmare down to 1 commander left. It looked as though it was a bit. It was really going bad for them, and then it just got flipped. What do you think was the turning point?
Again,
Economics, I think.
how do you think the economics?
Yeah, it seemed they were just able to put more out in terms of number of units, the West side, to overcome the territory. So that must have been the economy. It looked relatively similar in terms of metal spots and geothermals established. But then they just came with enough units to just push them all the way back. That bombing run made a big difference. Did some massive damage, so that would have helped.
Yeah, again, I think it was really close, and they were down to just the one commander. The south side, I guess, was pretty even. They were holding pretty well in the West. Even though the Eastern team definitely had the advantage, and they had a lot of metal. But I think it was the decision there of Randy to try to split his resources between the agitator and the T2 lab, and it just kind of took him forever to build either. And like I was saying before, like the agitator DPS isn't that high. Its advantage is its range. It's got a high range in it for a T1, and it also has a decent AOE as well. But the DPS isn't that high, and so if you're going to build an agitator, you really have to have a plan of what you're going to do with it. And I didn't see that Randy had a great plan with it. So
yeah, not enough DPS to really hold off the T2 units that came. So getting into the game afoot, we have the team
Careless Tryhards
Taku,
versus Balance.
Careless Tryhards versus Balance. And interesting just to point out that Zekris are on Team Balance. He does a lot of the unit balancing, so that's why they're called Team Balance. Just as we catch up to the stream, there was just a bombing run by Taku and destroyed 2 of the backline geothermals. And the territory is very much in Careless Tryhard's favor.
yeah, well, and Zekris just died. His commander was just taken out, and as you say, if you look at the eco, it kind of tells the tale here. It's 62 metal per second to 262. So Team Careless Tryhards is unbelievably ahead economically and in terms of map position. Now, Evolved Monkey is moving down here with a small, or a decent sized army of stouts, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to do much. And at this point, I don't know. It feels a little bit, you know, it feels a little bit impossible for the Eastern team. They don't even have their back. Their mechs is at the top right, and the south.
They know it was over, and that's the GG. Yeah, as you're saying, map control and no eco really to speak of compared to their counterparts. They were just getting surrounded, so that's the GG. And shall we have a look at the standings so far?
Yes, certainly. We have going into round 5. I think results are coming in. I think we've still got 2 matches left, so Loser Point of View and RTSN versus Comrades. Sorry, Loser Point of View apparently playing against BaBAR. So yeah, we can possibly try to move on to one of those.
Have we seen Comrades play yet?
I think that's probably a good one, because I think they're further down in the rankings, so they're going to be around a little bit longer. So we can try joining that one. See how they're playing out. Just with Loser Point of View and BaBAR might get in there just as they're finishing up.
So which one are we watching?
RTSN versus Comrades.
Okay, I'm joining that.
So the chat is talking about is Sheldon, the mortar bot, too strong as a unit?
Oh,
it does get used a lot. It's a very popular unit, but would you say it's overpowered?
I don't know about overpowered. The thing is, I will say, because I cast a lot of OTA as well, like escalation. You know, so this unit exists in basically all the mods, like in Pro TA and escalation, and I think in those games, it's a little less accurate than it is in BAR. So in BAR, I mean, these, you know, I don't know what the. So the way guys, if you don't know this, the way accuracy works on the TA engine, and this is replicated on the BAR engine, is that accuracy is a value, and an accuracy of 0 is perfect. It never misses. It always hits its target. It's like most laser weapons. But as the accuracy rises, then the unit becomes less accurate, so it can miss. And so high accuracy numbers mean that it can miss a lot. And so I don't know. I would like to know what the accuracy rating is for the Sheldon, because it almost seems perfect. It almost feels like it's an accuracy of 0, as in it never misses. It has no variability at all. And that's just not, at least in the way OTA was designed, that's not the way most artillery units were balanced. Like, most of the time, artillery units, even something like the Fido or the Hound, something like that, there's a degree of variability, and that's kind of what makes those things somewhat balanced, because they can't always hit their target. But the Sheldon just seems perfect. I mean, like it like almost never misses, and the projectile is pretty quick too. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Well, it certainly is an effective unit, and people do like it. I think a lot of the draw for building it is you're just able to poke your enemy at range and not really take any damage yourself.
Yeah.
The way it falls down is when you don't have any screening units. It's real effectiveness if you can get, you know, close to enemy bases and start peppering them. But you need something like welders or some defensive units up front, even fiends. Just to be able to stop anything from getting close to them. But then in terms of the accuracy, it's interesting to talk about that, because they are quite fast projectiles, and they are quite accurate, as in when they're firing at a target, they're not really missing to the left or right. But the big factor in BAR that you've got to consider is, if there's a moving unit, how far ahead do the Sheldons fire to predict whether they'll hit that unit, you know, ahead of its path and hit at the right time? And there's a different amount of how well units predict, depending on the unit design. And the Sheldon's pretty good at it, but not perfect.
Yeah.
But I think there's also a factor like XP plays into that. And it's definitely been a consideration. I'm not sure how that plays in at the moment, but all sorts of units have these considerations in terms of how effective they are at moving units.
Yeah, and in the game we're currently watching, guys. If we are we watching this game right now?
Yep, we're 11 into the game. Reshko has been teetering on death's doorstep for quite quite a while.
Yeah.
Alex Funky Fresh has been pushing, but hasn't quite been able to secure the kill.
So that's what I was going to point out. If you look at Purple's commander, he was at 1% HP there for a second, and Yellow just pushing through. Of course, his teammates coming to help. Teal and Blue moving in to try to push back some of this aggression. But ultimately, it does seem like the Eastern team is ahead here. They're economically ahead and breaking through the North.
Yeah, it's looking a bit dangerous now for RTSN. Reshko doesn't really have the eco. He has no metal income other than what he gets from his commander at the moment, so he can't build anything to respond. His allies are also facing trouble. We've just lost loads of nanos. Zircod is getting his base raided.
Yeah.
He's not loving that. This is looking really troublesome now. Reshko just died.
Yeah.
His commander was up to about 10%, I think, but that's nowhere near enough.
Yeah,
and it's looking.
Commander will finally go down after, like Tarnished said, teetering on the brink there for several minutes. But yeah, it's looking very dire for the Western team now, as the Eastern team just playing it better, maybe better teamwork, or it could be the true skill rating or the open skill rating. I think they have the higher rating. Maybe it's just math. What do you think?
Well, let's have a look. Comrades have a mean score of 24. RTSN of 26. But interestingly, Comrade Tig is the highest rated, so he's actually the highest out of all of them, and he's on Comrades. So, it's interesting. Does that actually? I don't know if it's enough of a difference to really decide between these two teams, but so far, it looks like we're going to see a Comrade win.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way.
Comrade's got a lot of Tiger tanks down the south side that he's starting to use. I don't see a lot of response ready for when they start pushing on the door. Raka's got his comm there. If he's effective with that, he could cloak it and potentially take all of them out in the blast, but he's not making any moves yet. Oh, and we've also got a bombing run.
Yeah.
Nice
bombing run by Pink, and he may. It seems like Green's base is going to just get taken out here between the bombing run and the Tiger tanks. This is looking pretty dire for the Western team.
Yeah, these Tiger tanks have pretty free reign. Both commanders there. One Zircod's commander's about to be taken out, and that just leaves Raka's comm at the south side. Oh, he's already taken damage. Redemption knows he's there. Will he realise the significance? Is he going to go all in on Raka's comm? He might not realise that this is the last comm. And he's only got artillery here available. But look at these Tiger tanks. They could just come down and certainly finish Raka's commander off. Meanwhile, it's pretty much all she wrote. If you look at the west side of the map, we've had Comrade and Alex Funky Fresh just come in around the back and completely take out those bases. So that's a GG. Well done, Comrades.
Yeah.
Look, took very effective control of the map there.
Yeah, that was a good one. But yeah, we came in kind of. Seemed like by the time we came in, the Eastern team was already ahead, and ultimately they will come out on top. So was that our last? Was that our last game?
Well, should we go to the Figma board?
Can Tarnished hear us?
You should be able to.
That may have been our last game for this round.
Well, let's just talk about the results so far then. So,
okay.
Looking at the round 5 results, we have Vampire Survivors have beaten Melon Sluger, and Riff Raff have beaten the Fox that walked into a bar. Careless Tryhards beat Balance, as we saw. Noobs of Norway, well, I don't know, Total Annihilation Gods, have they played any of the matches? I'm not sure. If not, Noobs of Norway got a bye on that game. Time Zone Nightmare beat PRO.BAR. BARcode the Elephant has beaten Loser Point of View, and BARcode beat FX.
Yeah, BARcode's still our only undefeated team.
Looking good for them.
4-0.
Oh, they've gone 5-0 now. That's the 5th round done. So they're looking very strong. Let's have a look at the standings. Tarnished, we can't hear you if you're talking. Let's have a quick look at the standings. So yeah, BARcode with 5 wins and 0 losses.
Yeah.
And then joint second, Time Zone Nightmare with 4 wins and 1 loss. And Careless Tryhards, the same. So it's looking good for them. When we get to the finals, of course, it'll just be the top 2 teams. So perhaps they're looking for just somehow to edge out against their rivals between Time Zone Nightmare and Careless Tryhards.
So the finals, is it best of 3? What's the format for the finals?
Best of 3.
Okay.
We have the choice. The first map is selected on Tundra, but then the loser picks from a pool of maps for the next match, or 2 matches if it goes to 3.
So round of 6 and the first match of the finals is on Tundra?
Have I misread it? Yeah, maybe. Let me check for the actual description a sec. Sorry. So round 1 is tabular. Yeah. Round 6 is Tundra, and then round 1 of the finals is tabular.
Oh, tabular. Okay.
Awesome. Today? I think it's doing now. There we go. So yeah, BARcode with the 5. And who have we got at the... What happened to Choco? Wasn't it? Chocotube was our last place team, weren't they? Yeah, they are. So setting up round 6 now. We've got all the results in, so now we are able to see. Let's have a look. Top teams to look. We're just talking about Time Zone Nightmare and Careless Tryhards. They're up against each other. So that'll be an interesting one. Or we've got BARcode, our current leaders, versus PRO.BAR. Interesting, similar names. We've also maybe worth looking at what have the Sigma boys done so far. They've done pretty well. They're against Loser Point of View. We haven't looked at Loser Point of View very much, so it might be good to see them. I'm not sure. What do you think? Do we stick with the leaders, or do we try and assume that they're going to be in the final and just wait for that?
Let's ask chat. I mean, chat, what do you think? Chat, would you rather watch the best teams, the teams that are performing well, or would you rather watch some of these teams that we haven't seen as much that probably aren't going to make it to the finals?
Yeah, let's see what chat says. We'll have to wait for the 2-minute delay, but in the meantime, let's have a look at some of the. Yeah, I can hear you, Tarnished. You're pretty quiet though.
Not pick up my microphone anymore, so yeah, you guys probably weren't hearing certain things, so I do apologize for that. Yeah, but it looks like I'm back now. So I'm just getting all the technical problems today. I do not know what it is I have done in my life that has caused me to be cursed in this
it's-
way.
They're called gremlins, and it's not your fault, Tarnished.
That's not my perspective. I think you've pissed off the universe.
Is a gremlin a unit in BAR by any chance?
No, it's not that. But just for the record, we got a correction on one of our facts, Wingflier. For the record, I know of no one whose wives had left them because of BAR. So there's a lot of passion, but not
Wait
so
a
much.
minute. No, I never said that. You have no proof that I never ever made that statement, and so no one go back in the stream and hear me saying that. But no, guys, I was just being facetious, but
emphasize a point, really, isn't it? Just how much the dedication that you actually get from the team, and they're just all volunteers, and they are bringing, some absolute top quality.
These guys are very dedicated.
Games.
They're very.
Tarnished has been very generous because he is one of the people who've committed a lot of his time and done some really interesting and useful stuff in the engine. And God knows what else, Tarnished. So,
well,
trying
to host casts, but apparently I'm not very good at that. I should go back to the engine and stop ruining everyone's casts. But the thing I wanted to mention about that match, we noticed we had some interesting interactions with the lava. That is a known challenge in BAR, and I'm actually interested. The part of the engine I actually work on is the movement engine, the movement code and stuff like that. So a lot of that's just been inherited going back over work of a lot of wonderful people have worked on that stuff over the last 20 years. So I picked it up and trying to improve it. And lava is quite a recent addition, especially when we're talking about the possibility of like various lava levels and stuff. So I'm actually looking at some improvements to the engine, which should hopefully work around a lot of the problems that we actually have with lava in general, and a few other things.
I know you say it's a problem, but it's quite an interesting factor that players have to deal with at the moment. And you're sort of thinking about how units might automatically avoid lava, when that's a design choice that we should, the community thinks about, and it's an interesting one.
Yes.
One thing I want to say, guys, I think I personally, so the chat is mostly saying the top players. We have a game between Time Zone Nightmare and Careless Tryhards, and these are the two teams that are most likely competing for the fight against BARcode in the grand finals.
Yeah.
So I think this match may decide what our second team is. I think that's probably the best one to watch.
Yeah. So which one was that again? Sorry.
TZN versus Careless Tryhards. That's what it's called.
I see. Yes. Okay, we'll jump in TZN and Careless Tryhards, and the audience have voted, and we shall deliver. So they are in the lobby now, getting ready for the match. So, Taku did ask for me to announce if I bring it up what he wanted me to announce. We'll bring a link in a moment, but he's planning on introducing BAR Leagues, a seasonal based championship currently open for players to register their interest. Further details will be included in the handbook channel on Discord, organised by a procaster called Farm Man Official. So I think there's a few links, maybe, and also a trailer. So we'll try and get those links out there to you. The thing's moving quite fast, so we're trying to do what we can.
Excellent.
So yeah,
Farman's been in the chat on Twitch. I think people have been interacting with him on Twitch chat as well. So yeah, great to see that initiative. Just helping us make BAR, a better place to be.
Yeah, like we said, guys, we want BAR. We want BAR not to just be good. We want it to be the best RTS ever. The most popular, most played RTS ever. And I think it can happen, man. I'm not even being facetious right now. I think BAR could literally, corner the RTS market. We could become the Walmart of RTS, and or the Amazon or whatever. Just take over the world. So, guys, we really appreciate your support. We appreciate everyone here that's watching, everyone that plays, all the kind words, everyone that's on Twitch right now. we really we could not make this content without you. So thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate it.
Now they're just gone into the match. We'll just show that to the audience. Now, this particular map, Tundra, what are we going to expect to see from the players in this match? What does it bring from a tactics perspective?
Well, this is a interesting one. There's a lot of play normally across this riverfront. So it makes some units slower to cross, so it has it's a natural barrier. And players like to try and take the territory with these more dense metal spots. 3.6 versus 1.9 everywhere else. So you've got a few of those to fight over. What other factors do you think, Wingflier, are important to think about on this map?
Yeah, so like you said, these ridges, these mountains and things of that nature are going to play a big role in how the matches play out. I'd like to think that air will play a big part in this, but we may also see naval and perhaps even hovercraft. It's not out of the realm of possibility. There is water on the map. So that may not play a huge role, but certainly I'm always wanting more naval play. Like I said, I feel like naval play in BAR is criminally underrated. It's a lot of fun, and I wish we could get more casting of those kinds of games. So yeah, I expect a lot of airplay. Obviously, fighting for the middle is going to be very important. Now, do you think, let me get your predictions on this, guys. Do you think that either of these teams is going to use transports? Because there is a very long distance from the starting area to the middle. Do you think that either team could use transports to speed up the process of getting their commanders into their...
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not sure if the players will be confident that if they go air early, that they'll be able to maintain a frontline presence, because they're going to be very vulnerable to unit pushes if they're too busy. There's no natural, like we see on some other matches today, there's no natural place for a backline player to be protected where he can go air. So it'll be interesting to see if they do try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like an impossible distance to walk your commander, but just the way the map is designed, you can see there's kind of a desert of metal spots from the starting bases to the middle. You know, the middle is where the vast majority of the metal does kind of conglomerate. And so you certainly want to get your commanders to the middle as quickly as possible. But as you said, neither team maybe even feeling brave enough to start air, because that will kind of give you a disadvantage in other ways. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams. I will introduce the northern team here, Team Time Zone Nightmare. Guys, I think the name of their team here is very on the nose. Most likely all these players are from different parts of the world, and so they're probably going through hell just trying to get everyone's schedule synced up. You know, some of them might be playing at 4 a.m. in the morning, or whatever it is, right? Just trying to participate in this tournament. But here in purple we have Master Bell, of course, very well-known player. Teddy here in green, and in dark blue we have Claret, and in teal we have Grumpy. So that will be our northern team. Go ahead and take it away, Borg.
And they're opposite numbers on the south side. We've got in the yellow Stardom, and he's opened up with bots as Armada. And then to his east in red we got Pataku, who's opened up with an Armada vehicle lab. And then in pink, Flash with Armada bots. And finally on the eastern side, Elmer Fudd in orange, and he is core bots open.
Okay, can I pass control over to one of you two? Borg King, would you like to take it, or Wingflier?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
I've got it.
Borg King, you got
So
it.
just looking now, Master Bell's base being raided by a couple of fleas that got in the back line. A couple more just hanging around for intel there. Master Bell doesn't know this tick is up on the left side. That's probably going to come back in at a really annoying moment. First unit's now crossing the river on the east side. looking for where's Grumpy's comm opposite Elmer Fudd. Still probing there. And now he's setting his units to go up on the northwest side. Try and flank and get into the back lines.
Yeah,
in the
Stardom
meantime,
being very annoying with these ticks, just doing a lot of harassment and damage, and like causing Master Bell to have to retreat into his base, which he does not want to do. Guys, like I said at the beginning, it takes a long time to get your commander to the front line, and Master Bell having to defend his base is going to give Stardom now this advantage. He's going to be able to get to the middle much quicker and probably start to throw up some of those defenses, as already we see Elmer Fudd doing on the eastern side. So it's still a very close game, but I do feel that the southern team might have a slight advantage coming into this.
yeah, it's, they've definitely pushed up more aggressively. Only 2 comms from the TZN team. All 4 comms coming up for the south team, already at the river line.
Yeah.
Some more skirmishing going on the west side.
Yeah.
Those ticks still been very annoying. It's allowed Stardom to push all the way up, like you say. Looking at a skirmish now, Taku right in front of him. We've got Teddy with his units pushing. Coming up against some blitzes. He wants to keep his range from them, as they will make short work of those grunts if they can get up and close.
Yeah. And still very close. As I said, Stardom already has building some defense there. And Elmer Fudd and Grumpy also kind of playing chicken with one another, though Grumpy has a couple of aggravators already, but so does Elmer Fudd, so very even in that battle. However, Flash is being very aggressive with his commander, trying to dodge some of these rocket shots. But man, once again, Stardom getting through here with some pawns and just making Master Bell's life a living hell. He's just really struggling to maintain his backline eco, as Stardom has just been, I don't know, kind of outplaying him, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's really effective play. You could see he had control of that one pawn, dodging the rockets that were trying to get it from Master Bell's side. And he managed to pick off that construction bot, and that's a great trade. Still more units coming up on the west side. He's really putting the pain in. And it's allowing at the same time to split the distraction forces, because Taku is here with his blitzers on the front. So they're really punishing him. Master Bell's commanders on the front line, kind of not really able to respond to these rocket bots. And he's losing all his defenses to them. So this is a really clever coordination between Stardom and Taku.
Stardom and Taku just putting a clinic on Master Bell and really kind of 2v1ing him, and Master Bell is just in a terrible situation here. His whole base is collapsing. He's down to 6 metal production, 6 at this point. Like 6 minutes into the game, he's just barely making anything, and just getting collapsed on by both Stardom. Well, PTAC is focusing on other things now, but Teddy giving some units to Master Bell, probably just to help him survive.
Yeah, Taku knows now that he's done enough to help Stardom, and Stardom just on the 1v1 against Master Bell is probably going to have an easy time. So he can now help in the front line, as he is with his stout tanks, against Teddy. Teddy's lost most of his defenses. Got a few guard light laser towers still there, so nothing going to be rushing through. Meanwhile, on the east side, Elmer Fudd retreating. Not sure how much damage he's managed to do whilst fighting against Grumpy, but Grumpy's definitely taking some territory from him now.
Oh, Grumpy! I think Grumpy's composition here is better. These thugs are very strong against what we're seeing from Elmer Fudd, and Grumpy using his commander well, and but still in the top left, Master Bell just getting pushed back further and further, as Stardom is just taking over the northwest corner of the map. And man, Master Bell, God, this feels horrible. Master Bell just has almost nothing left except for his starting base, and now his teammates having to come help him because he can't hang on his own.
We look in the middle. Teddy is pushing against stout tanks, trying to degun some of them. Didn't get any. Took a little bit of damage. That was an attempt to try and nullify Taku's attack. Meanwhile, bombers are coming in from Clyret, coming round the side on the southeast. It's going to come in and bomb Elmer Fudd's base. No response, no anti-air. They may not have even known it's coming. He did manage to get one anti-air bot out of his lab, but the damage is done to some of those wind turbines. And now following up with another bomb on Flash's base. Will they get taken out? There's a couple of AA towers now. Might be able to finish them off.
Yeah, so one thing I'll say is that it's very good play by Blue to even be able to build bombers while still fighting for the mid and actually doing well. I mean, that's pretty impressive that he was able to afford bombers, given that he's also, you know, fighting at the same time for control of the map. And now Grumpy continuing to push on Elmer Fudd, and Stardom continuing to push on Master Bell. And man, it just really feels like a matter of time for Master Bell. He's just getting pushed into his base, and Stardom has taken over all of his old metal spots, or he's at least trying to. So
yeah, it's looking really dangerous there, Stardom. But on the east side, it's looking the opposite. Grumpy pushing now with lots of Paralyzer drones supporting. Elmer Fudd hasn't got many units left to respond to this. Couple of he's got 4 anti-air bots that should be able to make light work of the Paralyzers. But in the meantime, he's lost all of his defenses, including a twin guard, double light laser tower. Let's have a quick look at what Taku's doing against Teddy. Still roaming with these stout tanks. He's lost a few, but the territory gained is probably well worth it. Now getting his own defenses up. And then we'll go up to the northwest. Stardom still knocking on Master Bell's front door. About even in terms of units available, but he's not able to commit everything to these rocket bots. And the commander, he's going for a comm dev
for the self-destruction.
He traded well, very well. He saw the opportunity, he went for it. Master Bell knew he couldn't get his commander away, so also tried to commit to maybe force some of his Stardom's units to go up in explosion, but now is the opportunity. That's a very interesting decision by Stardom. Went for the comm kill, got the lab, but now all this metal is available for the North team. They've all rushed over with the Paralyzer drones and the units, and are now sucking up all that metal. And that's a huge amount. That's 4,000 metal.
Yeah, so the only silver lining of this for the Northern team is that they will probably get both of these commanders and all this metal wreckage on the ground. And so even though Master Bell's base was almost completely destroyed and they've been pushed up into this corner, you know, several thousand metal on the ground will give them a chance. But if you look at the bottom right, the entire Northern team does not have energy. The entire team is on an energy crisis, so they can't even use this metal anyway. Really struggling.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've had a really effective push here on the southeast by Grumpy, got his units in, gaining the territory. He didn't manage to do a tremendous amount of damage once he got there, but they really look on the back foot here. So it's going to be interesting to see who trades first. Grumpy's coming in with his comm now, southeast. Is he going to go for the comm destruction and mutual destruction with Elmer Fudd's comm? Not able to yet, but they're still banging on the door.
Yeah, and here at the bottom, Grumpy continued to bang on the door, but in the northwest, Stardom continuing to put pressure as well, and in the middle, P-Tac being very aggressive, perhaps with his commander, and Flash as well, dueling with Clyret. Guys, there are 4 different battles happening right now on the map. There's just way too much to keep up with.
Let's have a look what happens on this northwest side. We've got all these pawns now being caught out by the Paralyzer drones. That's a sacrifice that he might regret later, because that's all those metal wrecks gone, and the commander wreckages mean north side are going to start having quite the advantage economically. It's that plus what Grumpy's doing now in the southeast. Elmer Fudd is looking like he's just about hanging on. He's got a few rocket bots trading with Grumpy, but I don't know. Do you think Elmer can hold on? Do you think? I don't know.
Well, and interestingly, PTAC in the middle trying to get an Overwatch up. I don't know about this. I mean, he's doing everything he can to finish this, to try to stop these aggravators from just killing his base. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. He does get it up in time, but a very risky play. I'd like to see him surrounded with Dragon's Teeth or just something to be able to keep it alive a little longer.
He's got the one Dragon's Claw there. He's not actually building it as fast as he could. Although he is metal stalled. His commander's been healed by 2 of the nano turrets now. And here he comes in with blitzes. So he used the Overwatcher, pushed off the units, and now he's pushing through.
Yeah, nicely
really
done by PTAC. But now Blue pushing through perhaps, and he's going to have to use his D-gun very well here. Blue's staying just out of range of the D-gun, but PTAC's blitzes are moving through the north. However, Clyret, I don't know, he could get a lot done with these brutes, as there isn't much really left here for Flash to prevent Clyret from just moving through into the south.
Yeah, indeed. And just looking at the north side, Taku's got the Blitzen into the back of the Teddy's base, doing quite a bit of damage to these wind turbines. Not a critical amount of damage. The Paralyzer drone's able to slow them down just enough, I think. And now we'll look over, let's see. I mean, it's really a race now between Stardom finishing off Master Bell or Grumpy trying to finish off Elmer Fudd. What do you think?
Well, and also we have Clyret that might kill Flash here. I mean, Flash just doesn't have anything. He just has his comm. He's trying to build a beamer, but that's not going to be enough. And all he's got left now are his D-guns, because these brutes are probably enough to kill his comm, depending on how he micros it. But you know, Flash has been trying to help his teammate Orange for a while, but because of that, Blue has just kind of gotten free reign here in the middle. So still very close. It's still too close to call, I would say. But Flash may be the weak link. We'll see what happens. Now, one thing I really like that Grumpy's doing, he's got a huge army of grave robbers here, and they are trying to resurrect anything and everything that they can get their paws on to you know, increase the size of Grumpy's army and allow him to break through here. But like I was saying before, Clyret is now down in the south, now hitting PTAC's backline. This is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's time to do some lasting damage now with those units. There's a lot of metal wrecks to be reclaimed, especially on the east side. Master Bell reclaimed a lot of metal from the wreckages in his fight against Stardom, and now they're really pushing down. Looks like Stardom's in trouble. We've got a 2v1 situation. He's got some stout tanks, 8 stout tanks there, trying to rally a defense against 8 stout tanks from Teddy, and then a bunch of pawns from Master Bell. And now they're starting to hit the eco of the back base. Yeah. And at the same time, just to their east, we've got Flash trying to stop this push by Clyret into Taku's base, doing the damage with stout tanks again. Major damage. He's got the air plant that's gone, and Stardom's saying GG. Will his teammates concur? It's not completely over, but the damage done is just looking insurmountable now.
No, I agree. I think man, it was such a close game for such a long time, and Stardom really did a great job pushing through and really just putting a clinic on Master Bell. I mean, Master Bell just kind of fell apart. But I think, I don't know. I think the turning point in the game might have been, Grumpy's got to be careful. He's under a lot of pressure here. We can talk about that in a second, I guess, the turning point. But now Stardom is basically out of the game. His entire base has been deleted, and PTAC doing what he can to, you know, building another bot lab. But I just feel like this might be an insurmountable position for our southern team. What do you think?
Yeah, I would not like to be the South team now. It's pretty clear that it's the chance of winning is almost over. I think if they had got Grumpy's comm when he got low, as you said earlier, they might have been able to do something, maybe a quick T2 transition. But at the moment, I think it's going to be too difficult for them to overcome. Remember, all the front line has been fought over with these T1 bots, thugs and rocket bots on this river. But these shurikens that are coming out from Clyret just keep turning up and turning the tide. And here they come again. There's only a few anti-air bots here that can respond, and not enough to really destroy this army. We do see now T2 from Grumpy, these fiends. So,
and now Clyret moving his commander in to just degun all of these paralyzed thugs, which is just it's just brutal because you know, the southern team already was behind, and Yellow has left the game. He's just Stardom is just completely resigned at this point. So, or was forced to resign, perhaps. But you know, Elmer Fudd doing a nice push here. But I think Grumpy is going to attempt to take out most of this army with the comm explosion if he can.
Yeah,
and he will.
He took a lot of units with him, but that's not going to be enough.
And now Teddy getting surrounded by ticks. And this is funny, building like dragon. I've never seen this. He's just building dragon tooth walls to try to stop these ticks from just killing his comm. That was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, that's a strategy you don't see them pull out of their box of tricks very often, but he's certainly one he's thought about beforehand.
And now PTAC flying his commander in a transport, in a stork, unloading here. Oh, he's going to try to get Teddy, I think. I don't know what he's doing. I guess he's going to try to...
I expect he thought he could maybe get Teddy and Clyret at the same time and bring the comms down to one each, because they know they need to bring out some desperate tactics. Saw that he wasn't able to get Clyret as well. Focused on the other one. Now
Clyret is the only, I think, commander left for the northern team. So if they can get him, they could still win.
This will be an amazing turnaround. They know... Yeah. They know how critical this is. Clyret's going to be moving away. That would be a very clutch win if they manage to take out the comm.
Yeah.
Retreat.
Okay, Elmer Fudd using his commander now too, flying him in to try to kill Clyret. Oh my God, this is such a risky play. Is there enough air defense?
Incredible opportunity. Trying to do something, just desperately clutching. He must have known the chances of him getting through with all the air was very slim, but you gotta try it. You know, hats off to him for trying. Now we're down to just Flash and Clyret's comms.
And a nice bomb run and right, take out probably most of what's left of Elmer Fudd's bases. There's just not enough air defense here to really stop this whirlwind domination.
That's the air superiority coming into effect. And what's left to try? I mean, Flash is the last comm. Clyret's comm is now safe in the back line. And there's not a lot of answer now. I think it's resign time. Lost the T. Bombers still unchecked. There's a couple of AA bots that could potentially take them out, but I think it's time to resign with honor. An honorable way to go out, I think. Very high level.
And I'm a little disappointed because I really wanted the Careless Tryhards to move on. I was really hoping for PTAC, for Taku's team. Yeah. But no, don't count them out yet, because Flash is trying this one last desperate move. This one final attempt. They know where his commander is, and I don't see... Oh, there are the Panthers, or the Jaguars. Oh no, I think he's going to run into the air defense, and that will be that. So...
Yeah, Jaguars with their AA. Doesn't get used that often, but that was a perfect opportunity to finish the comm. Nice.
So... That game was really close, and you saw on both sides. So on the Western team, we had, you know, Stardom was pushing up to Master Bell, and then on the Eastern side, Grumpy was pushing down, and so it was almost like the exact same thing happening, for both teams, like inversely. But I honestly think the moment that game swung in the Northern team's favor was when Stardom sacrificed his calm and then gave them all, like, you know, however thousands of metal. There was like metal from the. Go ahead.
It was calm and Master Bell's calm, and that's 4,000 metal just right on their doorstep. And he
all the units
couldn't deny.
died in the explosion, which was a ton. So there was all that too.
Well, if they die in the explosion, they won't leave any wrecks themselves. But it was all the metal that was just lying around before.
Oh yeah.
After in subsequent battles, you know, it wasn't just the 4,000 metal. There was at least nearly another 2,000 metal from the push that came and pushed Stardom all the way back. So then the snowball started rolling, and it's really interesting. If you look, even though Master Bell lost a lot of his eco, he ended up with the most metal produced in the whole game, just because he reclaimed all of that. So, yeah, really interesting game there, and worthy of this level of play. I think we can have a look at what's happening now with the rest of the tournament. I'll just have a look at Challenge. It's helping us manage.
Absolutely, we got the standings up. A lot of we've got a few results come in. So basically, 4 have been entered thus far. Obviously, I think the one we've been watching will be entered, and yeah, we've got a few matches still going on. I think, in fact, 2 matches. No, 1 actually. I think it's just waiting for there's a bit of a lag. Results.
Do you want to hop into one of the last matches then, Tarnished?
Yeah, so that'd be RTSN versus Chocotube. I think the longer one, but yeah, let's hop into that. See what we're doing there. Another perspective on this quite an interesting map. See what these other teams can bring to bear. So yeah, we're just loading in. Oops. Right, okay. Thanks. That info, right.
Hey, loading
right,
in.
okay. Well, actually, can we take something's just come up.
So this game, it looks like it's only just starting. It's 4 minutes in, but one of the players has already left from Chocotube, so I'm not really sure what's going on in this one. Looks like Yo Gaming is going to struggle with 2 bases. He's already been raided by Circod and lost a lot of his eco.
Yeah, one of the players said. One of the players said in the chat said, "Playing for last." So that's kind of funny. I think, you know, both teams know that it's maybe not that serious anymore, but either way, yeah, like you said, Pink has dropped out, and so it is a 3v4. And the team with 4 players seems to you know, have an advantage in terms of map control right now, and generated eco as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's looking pretty dire for the Southern team already.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Pink player is called Lava, and I don't think that was actually a player that was signed up for the team. I might be wrong on that, but I'm not sure how he got in the game. But I can't remember his name earlier when we saw Chocotube. But yeah, this is the last place playoff. Both these teams have lost all of their matches, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey everyone. Yeah, something's just come up. We just need to go to a very short break, and we'll be right back with you very, very soon. Do apologize. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about the intermission interruption, but very important. You probably see here, we have today the man, the legend, Chris Taylor. Woohoo! This is
Hello,
incredible.
Chris.
I know our fans, 2-minute delay on this tournament. So we got 2 minutes before everything's going to go absolutely crazy on the chat, as although people know you and actually look up to you. It's amazing. Yeah. But not necessarily everyone that's come to BAR knows the full history of BAR, and it's, inspired by Total Annihilation and the history of that. So for the benefit of those fans, so they know they should get excited, tell us, introduce yourself, Chris.
Wow. Okay, well, my name's Chris Taylor. Basically, I started designing games when I was 14, back in 1980. And it took me a long time to get, to the point where I was able to build a team in a game like Total Annihilation back in 1996, January. That's when I started working on it. And the name of it was actually called, on paper, the design document, as some of you may know this little bit of trivia, it was called The Really Cool War Game. Because I didn't have a name, I just knew that it was going to be really cool, okay? So then finally we got to a point where we had to name it, and Total Annihilation emerged as the pick because what we were seeing on the screen was, in fact, Total Annihilation. I don't think anyone could argue that that's what happened. All the 3D, all the explosions, all the chaos, the bedlam, and of course, none of the bloodshed. It was robot war because that's what it was, the spirit of the. That's what I wanted. I wanted the spirit of a game, not the bloodshed of war. So, and here we are, 26 years later, since it released in September of '97. So we're coming up to the 26th anniversary, I guess, which is weird. And I can't believe what you guys have built. I cannot believe that I'm seeing this whole incredible game with all the networking and all the controls and the resource sharing systems and it's just truly a wonder what you guys have built. The BAR community has built. I'm blown away.
Yeah, I don't think we could have done it without the insight and the ingenuity and the lost for words to explain, but they're just taking the RTS genre in quite a different direction to how we'd seen Command and Conquer and the Warcraft and such like that. So for me, the thing that stood out with Total Annihilation, as it hit me so hard, was just the movement of the aircraft. It was so nice to actually have an RTS where the aircraft actually moved and felt more like real aircraft, and bombers actually had to do bombing passes and stuff. And that was just so magical to me. I absolutely just loved using air in Total Annihilation. I'll let my my fellow casters talk first. Would you guys like to start?
Well, Wingflier, do you want to go?
Yeah. So Chris, I just want to know, how does it feel that this game you made 25 years ago has grown to be the most popular cult RTS of all time? That it spawned an entire genre, basically an entire genre. This TA games and clones, and we're talking about the Forged Alliance games. They went on. There's a whole Forged Alliance community now that still makes games and mods and all kinds of crazy things with that. And obviously, you still have mods made for the original engine. OTA, I cast them on my channel. And then, of course, you have BAR. And so how does it, did you have any idea that 26 years later, this vision that you had, even though, Boneyard's closed in whatever, 98 or 99, but did you have any idea that this game would be in some ways the most popular RTS ever? 26 years later, how does that make you feel? What is your impression of that? Could you have even imagined that in your wildest dreams?
No, and you can tell by the look on my face there, you already have the answer. I had no idea. And every year that goes by, the surprise of it grows. Like, it's not like I didn't know there was, it goes to 11 and 12 and 13 on the holy shit scale. Okay. What was the other question? What's it feel like? It's completely surreal to the point of almost being like it's not me. Okay. Can you imagine something that gets bigger than you know, and frankly, bigger than the team of people, because it was a team. Let's never forget that. There's a whole group. I think it was 30 odd people by the time the game shipped, and it really becomes its own institution, if you will. I mean, I don't know the words to use, but it becomes bigger than you, and then you just realize that you had a hand in it, you participated in it. I might have been the driving creative force and driving a lot of it, but it's still bigger than me, and I'm still fascinated by it. Like, I'm still seeing it like it's not an out of body experience, because it's not that sort of thing. It's just that it's a thing over there now that has its own thing. I mean, and you guys, the bar community, have joined and joined that, and all the other communities around the world that are building the games. They've all become part of the body that is this phenomenon, this experience. So I'm just along for the ride now. I'm on the bus, going along, having a great time on the party bus of real-time strategy. And I could talk and talk, but that kind of captures a little bit of what you're asking.
Excellent, Chris. I gotta say, it's so awesome to talk to you for like many reasons, but one in particular is I remember you talking in an interview about how you made sure that units are designed in a way that new weapons can be added. The data is there, it's all tabularized and accessible. In the game design really is flexible, and that's helped us spawn all of this. The mods that came from it, that you made it so easy, and then we had the engines that then developed from Swedish Yank Spankers and made the TA demo and so on. And here we are, having built up on your foundation. That's fantastic. I mean, how much do you look at what we do now and think, can you see the threads, like your initial design? Like, how much of that is clear from you? What's your perspective on that?
It's like DNA that evolved. It's like that picture, the chart where you see the monkey, and the monkey gets more and more erect and less hair until he's gone from this crouched over caveman to this upright Homo erectus, and then
becomes a commander at the end. A commander at the end. Maybe we should have a t-shirt with that on.
Yeah. So that DNA, right, is all there. And when I'm watching the game, and I was watching your tournament from earlier this year, and someone said in the commentary said, for those coming new to the game, a direct hit of a nuclear weapon on a commander will not destroy the commander. And I remember the very day I said to Jake McMahon, I said, whatever we do, when we tune this, we can't allow a nuke to take a commander out. Now, imagine how surreal that is. That conversation probably took place in April or May of '97. And then I'm seeing it in a tournament, someone actually call it out like a fundamental principle. Like,
yeah. That's amazing.
Right?
The other thing,
words fail.
The other thing was really inspiring. Like my friends, like I said to you before, we were only like 7, 8 when it came out, but we played it over the years and really, thought about it a lot. And the whole technology thing. Like my friends really like talking about the energy, geothermal. We were learning some stuff, in school in science, but like it just inspired us. And now like my friends are engineers, I'm a data scientist, all because we were interested in this side of, ultimately it was just a game, but meant so much more. And it'd be great to hear what you think about, the decisions you made, how they've impacted so many people. We can say it, but what other stories have you had like that? You must have them all the time.
Well, you know what? I was an armchair kind of scientist in a way. Like I knew enough to get into trouble at a cocktail party. You know what I mean? Like, and I was also an avid researcher of World War II. World War II is obviously a horrific war, but man, can you learn a lot from it. And the land, sea, and air, the whole combined arms, the logistics, the economy, the territory as it relates. The more territory you control, the more resources, and the more the more area you have to defend. And so I took everything that I basically learned watching TV and reading books, and a lot of the books which I obviously still have. I'm a hoarder. I keep everything. and I rolled it all up into the sensibilities of the design, where I always felt like there needed to be that real world counterpart that reflected in the design, and I do stretch reality, kind of like when George Lucas stretches reality in Star Wars, you know what I mean? And he makes ships with hulls on the bottom, right? And it looks better. It's more interesting and fun. And you have lasers that are moving slower than bullets in space and making noises. And there's, George, not to compare myself, but he broke every goddamn rule in the science fiction book. I mean, he just seemed to just do whatever the hell he wanted. And I was like, I can't break that many laws of physics. I need to adhere to something that's physical. But when it came down to creating metal makers, oh my God, that was just nuts. You can't make atom energy that when you're generating the energy from fusion reaction. It was just like a total, like, I'm sorry if no one's thought about that. I'm like reminding you that it's nonsense, but it was always serving the gameplay. Everything was in service of the gameplay, and you have to sparingly break the laws of physics, I think, to bring that kind of to always serve gameplay. So I hope people realize that I was not so naive as to not understand, quantum physics or whatever you want to call it.
E equals MC squared. It is, theoretically possible, but what a great aspect of the game. Like, that design was, so interesting just to be able to, like you say, the territory. Me and Wingflier, we've been talking about how the players in the tournament have had to gain territory and then get the metal wrecks. I know that's another design thing that you put in that's like actually had major implications for how replayable this game is, because it's never over until it's over. If you are already ahead, you lose your wreckages from your bots, we can get that back, the team can come back. Like, how much of that have you seen that's like, it must be familiar but different? Like, when you watch BAR versus TA, what's the big differences for you?
Well, I do really see, we talked about the DNA of the game, and I love that a lot of those things that seemed whimsical in a sense, it wasn't a core game. Remember, Command and Conquer at the time, StarCraft at the time, had these depletable resources, and then I always joked, like, the games would start where all these resources would be converted into units, and then at the very end you'd lose the ability to have resources, and then you got down to like a knife fight. Like, it's just a couple of and it was really anticlimactic that a war, like a movie, a Hollywood movie, doesn't end with two, well, maybe it does end with two guys fighting with knives, but you know what I mean? It's a big crescendo. It's a big, exciting ending. And RTS games at the time felt like they were kind of, and I wanted it to get bigger and bigger and bigger and end in nukes, right? Where, oh my God, nukes are going off, and it's just like this big ending, and you have something to really talk about. Like, wasn't that spectacular? So a lot of that, I think, comes through. I've been watching nukes go off with the games, the commanders blow up, of course. Those are spectacular. If you're going to die in a game, you want to die a spectacular death. And a lot of those things were captured. And man alive, I could just talk in so many directions. But before I forget, the data-driven design, I have Hardball 2 sitting over here. Hardball 2 was just the whole concept of having baseball teams and allowing you to create your own teams meant that you had to have the ability to load and not know what that team was until you load it. And of course, that's what I used for Total Annihilation. It was the whole data-driven design, which today, everything is data-driven. It's not even a question. But go back 25, 30 years ago, that was not something that people were doing. And when you engineer something around a core principle like that, the dividends just keep paying and paying and paying as we're sitting here now, 26 years later.
Yeah.
So Chris, let me ask
before
you.
Before we get to into it, I think we're going to need to consider just a couple of quick questions that come up from the audience, and then we'll probably need to start kicking off the finals, and then we can probably continue this. This is an awesome set of conversations a bit later, because I think the finalists are ready to go and probably raring to go, actually, because some of them have got time zones that don't obviously work terribly well for them. So quick questions from the audience. First of all, Armada or Core? Sorry, Arm or Core?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, Arm. Easy. Always Arm.
Yeah.
I think the Arm are the good guys. They're good guys.
They're the good guys. Brilliant. And how good did you ever get at Total Annihilation?
We played it all through the development, but when it comes down to it, we were building the game, not playing the game. But it was one of the games that I played the most. But not like you guys. I mean, it's weird. I would play other games. It's like somebody who, if you made a movie, you wouldn't sit and watch your own movie. You know what I mean? Like you gotta consume other content. But I have to admit, I played it a lot. More than I thought I would. Like we had to actually sort of unplug from the game. Like we'd play the game kind of in the late afternoon, evening, and we'd have to stop playing so we could get back to work because we had built a fun toy to play with.
Yeah.
But I don't mean to disappoint, but yeah, it's sort of a weird thing. You can't play your own game too much.
No, totally understand that. I have the same problem because I work in the engine of BAR, and I just keep try play BAR. I just keep seeing all the potential issues. Is that misbehaved? Is that unit moving wrong? Hang on, I need to check that. I can't play the game. I get too distracted.
Tarnished, can I just ask one more question? Chris, do you know about this rock paper shotgun? You know rock paper shotgun, the gaming website, right? Did you hear about this poll? That was recent. It was within the past couple months. So they did a poll, 2 polls, right? Because Rock Paper Shotgun is like this gaming website that's got editors and everything, and so they did 2 polls, and it was like top 50 RTS, and according to the editors, according to the people that worked, for Rock Paper Shotgun, the people that own the site. Now, Total Annihilation was not in the list, in their editor's list. I don't even think it was in the top 50. However, they did another poll that was user voted, so anyone could vote. Anyone in the world that's a gamer that likes RTS could vote. Where do you think Total Annihilation placed in that list?
Well, by the tone of how you're telling me this story, it sounds like it would be in the top 10.
Yeah, number 1. So what do you think about that? What do you think? What is this disconnect between players, between people that enjoy RTS and the media driven? What do you make of that disconnect between what people actually love and what these big gaming sites and corporations think? How do you just explain that?
Well, it could be explained by the fact that a lot of the people in the media are influenced by the PR teams that are working at the big publishers. So those companies work really, really hard to send those guys, T-shirts and tchotchkes and, USB drives and stuff with all the branding on it. And they're filling up their head full of all of that. And they're influenced by that. Those are the influencers of that group. I definitely think the old gaming websites, though, like magazines, the print, that's kind of a thing that's it's not playing that big of a role as it used to, People are very objective. It's like, you don't consume the rhetoric of the company or the people promoting a product. You look at the user reviews. You look at the feedback from the community. It's like, when you buy something off Amazon, you're looking at how many stars and how many people. You're being more objective about how you're judging things. And so I think I think they're just influenced from the wrong source, and they're not playing games. They're rating games, and they're writing stories about games, and they're trying to pay their bills as journalists. So that might explain it. But at the end of the day, maybe we have to ask them. Maybe we have to do a poll with the journalists and ask them what influenced their decisions.
That's a great idea. All right then. So I'll just put up now so Chris will be with us for the finals. I've just looked at the finals and noticed that yes, the teams teams aren't in there. Whoops, so I must have jumped ahead a bit there. So the 2 teams that will be going into the finals, they'll be starting to play on the map Tabula, and then after that it'll be the losers pick the appropriate maps. It's going to be a best of 3. The teams are in the lobbies waiting to go. I just need to make sure I'm in the right lobby. I'll just check which one that is. Let's have a look. Which lobby, make sure I get into the right one. Have a look, see if we can find it, if someone can spot it before.
Yeah, what's the name of the lobby?
So
Can someone send us the name of the lobby?
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out now. Just got to choose X. We want to start because they're waiting for us. Oh, no, I think, is it literally called Final Battle? Have a look. Wait, that's what it is in, but yes, okay. Final Battle is what it comes up as. I thought the players were ready to go if that was the case. Bear with. Oh, everyone was in there now. This can't be.
I think we're waiting for Time Zone Nightmare just to join that lobby, and then we're ready to go.
Oh, okay. I was
somebody
given
called
the
Time
impression,
Zone
sorry,
Nightmare.
that everyone was loaded in. It was like a screenshot. Everyone loaded in. We'll just double check that and bring that to you. Ah, right. Okay. So we're just waiting for the teams to come in. So I think we're in the finals. So the team of Ragnar, Malady, Captain Jack Sparrow, and LSR are in there waiting for their waiting for that. Okay, right. Well, while they're waiting, we can actually jump back into the booth while the teams get set up. Double check. So is it finals?
So
Right,
just
so
to summarize the tournament so far, guys, the final now between BARcode and Time Zone Nightmare. BARcode have won all of their matches, 6 matches altogether. Time Zone Nightmare won 5 and they lost 1. So really interesting to see how, we sort of predicted these players would be at the top. Unfortunately, Careless Tryhards and FX didn't make it. They were the next sort of top in the top 4. What do you think is going to happen? Chris, have you been able to see any of the matches so far? I know
We've seen. We were talking while the matches were going on, and I was getting a lot of background information on the game, so I'm not tuned in to the degree that you might have wished me to.
No expectation of that. I mean, there's a lot to look at and follow. I mean, we've struggled ourselves, and we've been gearing up for this for a couple of weeks. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not in control of the camera, which because I don't have a Windows PC. I have a Mac, and I'm gonna get a PC. You guys have basically, you've made it impossible for me now to not have a Windows machine.
Well, you can play on Linux, Chris. I mean,
That's true. Linux, yeah. But anyways, I will do that, and then I will get up to speed here. But when you can't move the camera, when you're just kind of it's like I'm really a control freak. So I don't. It's hard to plug into the gameplay when you can't control the camera as much. I find. Am I?
Yeah, it can be a challenge. We try and look around, but we've got to keep on what Tarnished Knight's looking at most of the time, so we know we're talking about what the streamer's seeing.
yeah.
But it's a lot going on in 4v4. Wingflier and I are always trying to scout around and see what's happening, what's developing. Often there's things that the players are being super sneaky about, and it hides from us as well as the enemy. So it's just about keeping an eye on, are they transitioning to air? Are they building bombers? We haven't seen any nukes yet, but let's not rule it out. That'll be interesting. We saw that in the 1v1 tournament, and that was something that wasn't expected. So, it'll be interesting.
The 1v1 tournament we had last time was absolutely incredible because we're quite used to seeing the matches are tier 1 units, bots and vehicles, and that is all very exciting, but that just tends to be the scope of it. But the finals, we had everything. It was like, went up to T2. We had the experimental gantries up. So we had the big experimental. We even had the biggest experimentals come out, and we're blasting things. We had nukes. We had practically everything going on. It was quite the spectacle. We never thought that a 1v1 would, at a professional level would, go at that kind of.
Interesting. So for experimentals, there was only the Krogoth, but you guys have built up your own experimental unit.
Yeah, we've done quite a few. Yes,
there's a handful now. There's the Juggernaut, which is like the Krogoth. But then you've also got some long-range missile bots. You've got a T3 hover tank. You've got Armada have a nice favorite tank called the Thor, which has lightning turrets and paralyzer lasers. And then you've got Marauders, which are amphibious. There's a big mix, and it's really interesting the difference between Cortex and Armada. It's not quite mirrored, so you've got options to play.
Yeah, so Chris, you brought up nukes, and I'm curious when it comes to nukes because nuclear weapons in TA, because nukes already existed in RTS. Like there was nukes in Command and Conquer, right? And StarCraft did come out later, but there was nukes in that. But those were just so weak. Like a nuke in other RTSs couldn't even destroy a base. They were just so weak. They're so pathetic. But like in Total Annihilation, a nuke was a proper nuke, right? Like you're just talking about massive destruction, taking out a huge part of a player's base and just winning the game. Was that part of your intention? Were you deciding, look, we need to make nukes totally badass? We got to make nukes so powerful that it's like mirroring a real world, nuclear weapon. Tell us a little bit about that.
I lost you guys for probably a minute, then I just caught the last part of your question about nukes. Did I miss? What else did I miss?
Just to summarize, I was saying is that nukes and other RTSs are very disappointing, and just kind of sad and didn't really do that much. But nukes in Total Annihilation were just epic, and it's like almost like real world nukes, just taking out a massive area of the map. What was that your intention?
Yeah, well, nukes are a serious thing. And in a gaming context, weirdly, they go from being the worst possible thing that mankind has invented to one of the more fun things you can put in a game. Is the juxtaposition, if you will, of that just mind-boggling? But who wants to get nuked? I don't want to have a nuke land on me, so I had to come up with anti-nukes, which we didn't really have. We weren't talking about anti-nukes when I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Especially anti-nukes that were highly effective, right? I mean, there's a question mark. Now today, thank goodness, I think we actually have a lot of things that can knock missiles out of the sky, but it was a necessity and then the economics, by the way, if you look at the economic escalation path, you would never win by building a bunch of nukes if the other person was onto you and they had anti-nukes. And I love that economic thing. So that all just came together. That was, I did a lot of talking about game design, and one of the greatest skills you can have as a game designer is obviously modeling the whole thing in your head to imagine, well, if I do this, then this will happen and I will do this. So that whole nuke, anti-nuke gameplay just came out. I think we were worried though at the end that things like Commander Death, the nukes unit, so we ended up having the unit exclusion, where you could exclude a unit from the game in case someone found it really, really annoying. Things still got through, like commander napping. As you guys know, you're probably familiar with a ton of stuff. You probably remember more than I do. But a lot of experimental gameplay like that would be really risky for a traditional game design team to do. They just wouldn't do it. They would stick to this very narrow concept of design, and I'm a rule breaker. You guys don't want to hear about all the rules I've broken in my life, but I don't have a lot of boundaries. So, I lost my license when I was like 20 years old for just continuous speeding. Speed limits meant nothing to me. That's just one example. So when it came to game design, and you're in a virtual world, if you will, oh hell, if you're going to break rules, break rules. Having long-range artillery and having just the ability to continuous economies and all the things that we did, which were rule breaking, just felt really good, and it worked.
Yeah.
It was like magic. It just sort of worked. I don't know. I'm off. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's all.
It's
it is-
okay.
It's
We're in
awesome.
the early
It's
stages
lasting
of
effect.
the match, so it's perfectly fine. It's like a filler as the players warm up. But I think we are now at the point, casters, where we can take it away with the finals.
Absolutely. So let's kick it off with the introduction of the players, as we are seeing some raiding with ticks coming in to the back line. But let's start with the East team. I'll introduce in red Master Bell for Team Time Zone Nightmare. He started with Armada and a bot lab, and then to his south in orange Teddy with his core bot lab, and then we got Claret with a core early air, and he's already got bombers out, which is very quick. And then in yellow, Grumpy, and he's Armada bot lab. What about the west side?
So I'm just going to introduce the West team real quick because it looks like Pink is about to do a bombing run, and we don't want to miss that. But we got Ragnar here in blue, got LSR in teal. In purple, we have Captain Jack Sparrow, and here in the top left, we have Malady. But one thing I will say, Malady has been our classic air player for this team, but he's a little bit late on the draw here. He's getting air a little late, and he's not going to have fighters in time to protect his team. As Claret moving in here with these whirlwinds or thunders, for my OTA fans, and already getting some damage done. There is just no air defense to speak of, not any Avengers or Freedom Fighters to really stop this. So yeah, very nicely done here by Pink.
He did a good job there, Ragnar, to dodge the bombs with his construction bots, so avoided the worst of it. And that's the last bomber going down now. But yeah, interesting start. You didn't expect Malady to be on the back foot in terms of air control.
No, yeah, he was very greedy. He Malady took his time trying to get his eco up first. I mean, it's understandable, but that did give Claret this opportunity to get some bombing done. However, Claret really did not get too much accomplished with that early bombing run. It wasn't like game ending or anything. It wasn't like Malady in previous games that we've seen that just takes over the game with his bombing play. Yeah, so ultimately the game will still start out pretty even. Which team do you predict is going to win? What's your prediction, Borg, in terms of which two of these teams has the better chance here?
Well, I think on what we've seen today, I think Time Zone Nightmare might have the edge. They've pulled out some really good plays. But then thinking about the stats of even the tournament being unbeaten, it's really hard to pick against Team BARcode. And Ragnar is the strongest rated player in this matchup as well, by quite a margin. What do you think?
So Chris, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, but the BAR team has made this rating system kind of like the chess rating system, but they call it open skill, and they rate a player's skill based on their performance in matches, and I think it's a very complicated heuristic, but we've been joking about how math tells all. That we don't even have to let these players play it out. You can just look at the algorithm and let it decide. So I'm going to go with the algorithm here. I'm going to let math decide which one of these teams is better. And didn't you say BARcode has the higher skill? Is that right?
Well, the average skill of Time Zone Nightmare is slightly higher.
Oh, okay.
But the Ragnar is a bit of an outlier. He brings the team up, and it's whether you want to treat outliers or not in terms of statistics. Chris, what do you think? What's your take on using these sort of techniques to balance games?
Oh well, it's the right thing to be doing. That sort of a system would it's a natural thing to do. And it's kind of like a weird thing that we were doing back in when I did Hardball 2, a baseball game. Statistics are the result of actual data or actual play, so it's empirical. But then you can use statistics to drive actual simulations, right? So it was sort of like but you can have a feedback loop that goes crazy. So I don't know if for matching and for team balancing and stuff like that. I think it's great because those numbers will continue to come in and it'll continue to rebalance. So I don't know. I haven't thought much about it until you guys just introduced it to me in a fresh way. I mean, I was thinking about these things 20 years ago.
Yeah.
God, that's scary.
Do you know what? It's the fantastic part of BAR is that all the conversations going on in the Discord about all aspects of the game, including that open skill. It's just so much enthusiasm to think about, not just the pure gameplay, but everything around it. And people have learned a lot. So, very much encourage people to check out the Discord and get involved.
Yeah. So guys, we did kind of miss Malady's bombing run here. Malady, he has been owning this entire tournament with these bombing runs. Just an absolute monster, using these whirlwinds or thunders to just dominate the enemy team. And additionally, it seemed like LSR got some units into got some bowls into the China closet, and it will cause Red to lose most of his base. The Eastern team is just in a lot of trouble between that bombing run and between the nice raiding, and now Master Bell getting surrounded. He will lose his commander, and with that, Master Bell's basically out of the game. He's basically lost everything.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you think, Grumpy?
Well, Pirate decided to reclaim his air lab, thinking that perhaps now they've both shown their cards in terms of bombers that the other team won't continue, and they were wrong, and now they're really paying for that. Those bombers are unchecked from Malady, and we've just lost another comm middle. That's 2 comms together, and now there's a huge amount of metal. Those wreckages left, ready for reclaim. That's over 6,000 metal available in that small area now.
Yeah. And now our team TZN down to 1 commander. Where is that commander? We got to find him. Oh, it's Grumpy's. Grumpy, I think, the final commander, and all they have to do is take him out, and they will win the game. So this is going to be quite an uphill battle. In fact, do you think there's any way that the Eastern team can even win from here? I mean, is there any path or escape route for Team TZN from just getting crushed?
The window opportunity is getting control of these commanders. There's 3 wreckages. They're about halfway reclaimed now, so that window is really starting to close. If they could try and get some of that metal back, maybe they'd stay in it. But that aside, economically, because of the bombing runs, they're behind anyway. You can see that West team have probably got about 30% more metal income now, and that's just going to start letting them snowball in terms of units.
Yeah.
This is the third. I'll just say this is the 3rd game where Grumpy has the last commander that we've actually been.
Oh yeah. Well, and it feels like the 3rd game where Malady has just taken over with his bomb. Guys, like, I have to say, Malady is on his own plateau. He's on his own plane of existence with his airplay. I mean, Malady is just god tier right now with his bomb. Like, everyone else is trying to catch up. You guys need to be watching his VODs because this stuff is crazy. He has just been putting a clinic on this airplay throughout the tournament, and once again, I feel like the reason that his team is winning in this game is because of his nice bombing play. I mean, Clyra at Pink, he attempted a bombing run early on, but it was just nowhere near as effective or well controlled as Malady's airplay.
Yeah, you could argue he went a bit early, invested just in those 3 bombers, and that opportunity cost of building more eco is just set him behind already, and now he doesn't have the air superiority to contest. Starting to see a bit of a push now in the middle from Time Zone Nightmare. Probably just trying to contest this metal wreck field. There's about 2,000 metal down there, so it's not worth ignoring. I wonder if they're going to try and replicate some of the action earlier and try sniping some of the comms. They've still got 3 on the West team.
Well, the Eastern team's doing a surprisingly a good job of actually pushing back the West here in the middle, and Captain Jack Sparrow potentially in trouble as he's getting surrounded by grunts or AKs, and he will explode as a result. And so now Team BARcode down to 2 commanders.
That's one result. That's what they gotta keep doing.
Yep.
I wonder if they can find the other 2. Got Ragnar relatively far forward, but then Malady up in the northwest. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to try and get him.
Yeah, it's still surprisingly close, despite the fact that it just felt like the Western team had this in the bag, and that this was just basically over. That team Time Zone Nightmare was just waiting to die. But no, I think we might have misjudged that, as they are really pushing back with a vengeance. They're doing a decent job of hanging on and you know, securing their territory and taking the middle, and maybe even, you know, this would be like one of the greatest comebacks of all time if they could win this game. I mean, dare I even suggest that they could come back in this.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out yet at this level. Something quite interesting is the Time Zone Nightmare team on the east side. They've got a lot of metal just not being used, so it's ready to go, and they just lack the energy. If they can convert that maybe into an early T2 lab, they might be able to start swinging things back.
Yeah, and someone in the chat saying that Malady is the all-time, you know, support player. It does kind of seem like that. You know, he's picking up these construction turrets and transports and flying them around, flying around T2 constructors just to help his teammates. Really good team play by Green. But man, I really cannot believe what I am seeing. I can't believe my eyes here that the Eastern team is not only still in this, but they are like taking back the mid. I mean, they have better map control of the middle, at least. It's kind of surprising, but I don't know. I mean,
I suppose an element of that is that Ragnar is now teched up to T2. That lab investment has allowed the Time Zone Nightmare guys to just eke out a little bit of advantage in terms of numbers. But now with T2 units on the front line, they're not going to be able to go toe to toe anymore. And these stout tanks, brute, sorry, from Claret are not going to be able to hold off for very much longer.
Yeah. Well, and Grumpy, however, does have a bull, and bulls are pretty decent against Jaguars, especially if you can get them in mass. So don't count Grumpy out yet, as the Eastern team doing okay. But here in the north, Captain Jack Sparrow has found the weak spot. He has found the hole in the defense, and now this army of pawns is wrecking Master Bell's northern base. It will take out pretty much everything up here, and man, all those wind turbines now gone. Pretty much everything has been destroyed up here except for a couple, maybe energy storage or something. But that is a crippling blow for the Eastern team.
Yeah, and I think the guys are thinking on the West team, they're thinking the advantage is here. Let's start pressing it. They're starting to fight more aggressively on the front line. They feel like this is in the bag now. With that amount of damage, the bombing run's done. I think they know that they're ahead. It's just about not throwing it away with a push, and as we were saying, leaving wreckages behind where they can't reclaim them. They know They play it safe, aggressive, but not over-aggressive. This is in the bag.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's at this point, it's Team BARcode's game to lose. They are way ahead on generated eco. They've got the better map positionality for sure. Grumpy is putting up a good fight with these bulls, and you know, Master Bell holding on for dear life. I mean, I had said earlier that he was basically out of the game, but I think his team donated some things back to him, and he has rebuilt. But I don't know how for how long he can hang on here, as I don't know, Team BARcode just feeling completely dominant. Now bringing some bulls of their own, and I mean, once Grumpy's base is destroyed, it's over. Grumpy is basically he's the only you know, he's basically the lone warrior against the entire team of BARcode. That's kind of how it feels right now. So
Managed to get that
He's gotta hang
starlight.
on.
That starlight up. That's going to do some nice damage at range. It does require a lot of energy, 1,000 energy to fire each shot.
Yeah.
And he's not exactly rich in energy right now. So
Yeah, so the Starlight, the penetrator from OTA, very, very good in these defensive situations. It has a huge range, does a ton of damage with that tachyon beam weapon. And could that help him hold on to his base, even though he's getting swarmed here by both pink and blue? I don't know if one Starlight's going to be enough, guys. This is a very scary situation for the Eastern team, but man, despite that, they're just holding on. I mean, it's like impressive. It's really impressive how well they're doing, despite the fact that you know, 10 minutes ago, we just kind of called the game as being over, or at least I did.
yeah, it's what's interesting is the Time Zone Nightmare guys still don't have any fighters up, and meantime, Malady has so many. Well, nearly 40, and he's now starting to build bombers. So, could be another game ending, or we'll see. Bombing run on the back line.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's certainly we've already seen Malady in games with these bombing runs, and I don't think the Eastern team has much air defense at all on the map. So, I think Malady could probably end the game fairly easily, as at this point. Team Time Zone Nightmare just doing what they can to survive, just to try to hang on as long as they can. But I don't really see a path to victory for them. I don't see. There's really nothing I can imagine unless they were to build like a nuke.
They
or
are
something.
starting to pick off some wrecks that they can reclaim. Like I said, the more aggressive BARcode become, the more wreckages they leave and don't secure. It does give Time Zone Nightmare an opportunity to come back a little bit. So
Yeah.
with Starlight getting a bit isolated now, too many bulls nearby and hounds coming in, that's going to be down. Yeah, Starlight has gone, and as well as the 3 bulls. So it's starting to snowball now. Here comes the bombing run from Malady. Lots of fighters are in, probably expecting a fighter screen, so
Yeah.
as over-invested in fighters there.
Yeah, and I think this should end the game. I think this bombing run is going to be all she wrote for the Eastern team. It's just too many.
He's just spotted this T2 geothermal, and that's literally just been built. So it was a nice boost to income for only a matter of seconds before he's about to take it out.
Yeah. And at this point, I assume that Team Time Zone Nightmare are about to tap out. There's just not much left that they can do. They did hold on admirably for a while, but at this point, they could probably just bomb Grumpy's commander. There's not much defense here. There's not even like a flak or, you know, an eradicator or anything like that to stop these bombers from just totally demolishing his base. So at this point, I assume that Team Time Zone Nightmare just sort of talking amongst each other, deciding what they want to do differently for the second game.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. You're looking at the resource sharing. We mentioned a little bit earlier, and it was a factor in BARcode's game. They've set the resource share bars quite low, both on metal and energy, so that their teammates can make use of it. If they're not able to make use of it, at least someone is. They're doing the same thing on Time Zone Nightmare, except Grumpy may not have got the right memo because he's not doing that, and now has 1,600 metal sitting there, which potentially Master Bell could be making use of. So it's a really interesting, something you don't see a lot of in a lot of our public games, but certainly a big factor in this tournament.
Yeah, again, I think, yeah, someone in the Twitch chat said something like that. Like, you've got to trust your teammates. You know, everyone's got to set their sharing bar really low and allow their teammates to, you know, use their resources. It's kind of like, you know, it's the purest form of trust. But it does seem like Grumpy will leave and give Master Bell what's left of his base. But, you know, with that, I think this game is coming to a close, and we'll have to see what we're going to do for map 2 and see what Team Time Zone Nightmare wants to do differently to give themselves a better chance.
Absolutely. So they'll get the choice. The losing team will get the choice, and there's a map pool that's been carefully curated by the team. So we'll just close a moment to that game.
Chris, are you still there?
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Chris, I wanted to ask you about so this idea of the commander. This was something that had never been done in an RTS. Like in every RTS before TA, there was like these, you'd have workers like Age of Empires. You had the little villagers, or like drones and stuff, and StarCraft and things like that. What gave you that idea for this? We want to have like the strongest unit in the game as our starting unit, but it's also kind of like the king in chess, where it's like if it dies, then you lose. What was the inspiration for that idea? That's a really interesting twist on the RTS.
You guessed it. It was from, I played chess, and I wasn't super good at chess, but I understood it enough to appreciate it. And I always liked the fact that when you play chess, you were going after the king. And but there was the queen who had all the power. So I thought, well, that's kind of it didn't fit into my head right, that the queen, you couldn't have a queen and a king, so I made them the same unit. And instead of like chess, where you sort of objectively look at the board and say, there's the king, I said, wouldn't it be cool if you were the commander? Like you are literally, that's the embodiment of you. So all of these commands that are being given on the board are actually coming from inside of that unit. So I know it takes a little bit of a stretch of the imagination to do that, but everyone seemed to really like it. And then it, of course, it came naturally that this unit had to be really badass, but if it was too powerful, you would just have these commanders fighting each other. And so that's where the D gun came in, and that's where the balance of the commander was it was like, a precarious thing, but it was totally worth it. But you guessed it right. It was an inspiration from chess.
Yeah. Well, that's
cool.
A really cool insight there. Yes. And so obviously it's worked its way into the BAR as well, and it's proven quite a robust set of principles. I think the team looked at possibly making slight adjustments, but every time we tried looking at various aspects of it, it was just no, we can't. It just seems to be such a tight design that try to veer from it, and you run into other sorts of design problems and things, and it seems to just work really well as it is. So okay, that was only the first round. So BARcode wins the first match. It's a best of 3. So Time Zone Nightmare do have a chance of coming back, and it's their pick for the map. I've put the map pool up on there, so they got a choice of Altered Divide, Arc Simcats Valley, Kirolata, Comet Catcher, Emain Maka, Mescaline, Nuclear Winter, Pawn Retreat, Talus Tempest, Titan, and Tumult. Now, casters, which one do you think they might try and go for?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, because it's based on the question of like, what is TZN's strengths? What strengths are they trying to accentuate? Right? I mean, so clearly, Team BARcode has been performing better. They haven't lost a set this entire tournament, or they haven't lost a game, I guess, this entire tournament. And so TZN has to ask themselves, what are our strengths? What can we do better than them? What advantages do we have as a team? What can we exploit that they can do? And I don't know. I don't know if there's an easy answer. I'd have to think about. What do you think, Borg?
Well, it depends. I'm not sure if the teams have done much practice on the map pool. Really focused on the maps they definitely would play on. Of the ones left, I think Pawn Retreat is a popular one, and we saw that awesome final in the 1v1. Maybe they'll pick that one, But I think in terms of familiarity, I think it's got to be Comet Capture, right? It's such a classic.
Oh yeah, that would be great. That'd be a treat. I'd love to see Comet Catcher.
Yeah, I mean that's it goes way back to the original TA map.
Yeah.
So, it'd be I would be surprised if they don't pick that, to be honest.
Well, it's a little surprising because like Comet Catcher is technically a little small for a 4v4. It's like maybe a 3v3, but yeah, for 4v4 it seems a little bit small. But maybe that's what they want. You know, maybe they feel that the smaller map benefits them. You know, maybe they feel like
they look
team
like
play
they
would.
may have made a choice. E-main Maka potentially.
Okay,
Okay.
that's an interesting map too. Yeah, that's a good one. That's one of my favorite, I think, maps.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. In terms of maps, Chris, what went into the design thinking for the maps of TA? Like what? Because it was all about different worlds, real aspect. But was there anything else that you thought about? And who was involved?
By the way, I was told my camera wasn't working, so I toggled off and on again. Can you guys see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
All right, okay. Was just politely showing the grand finals to. All right. Yes. Okay. So we are back.
So the question was about the map design.
Yeah.
And Clayton, who's the lead artist, drove a lot of that, and then there was some designers on the team as well, who drove all that. And we basically just wanted visual variety and we wanted terrain variety. So that was kind of the goal, right? It was like at the end of the day, we didn't want to play on just water, and we made island maps, and we really liked the tropical maps. Those were really cool to somehow weirdly, again, this stupid weird thing where you're destroying a beautiful tropical paradise, which in real life is the worst thing you can do, but in a game it's really fun. And we were kind of childish about that. I think we really enjoyed that. But you know, we knew that mountainous terrain was fun, but it was also problematic in some cases. So we basically said, look, we don't know. So let's just build a lot of different maps with a lot of variety, and let's let the good ones like Cream rise to the top. And that, I think, more or less worked, because I think you guys probably chose the ones that were the most played to start with, if I had to guess. And then you worked your way into the more eccentric ones. And then when we did Supreme Commander, we did that whole exercise over again, but with a little bit more knowledge going into it.
Yeah. One that was an incredible favorite for a lot of my friends was Seven Islands, but that was just chaos.
Yeah.
But the sheer scale is amazing. So yeah, it's really cool to hear your thoughts on that and how it actually. So Clayton, is he? Do you still stay in touch with these guys?
Yeah, in fact, Clayton I could walk to his house in 10 minutes. And 2 minutes by car. I mean, like, he literally just lives a neighborhood away from me. We don't hang out, like, we don't chum around or anything like that. But every once in a while, I write him an email and say, when are you going to come over? And he says, when are you coming over? And I go over and have a beer with him.
Awesome.
So it's cool to stay in touch with him and frankly, quite a few of the people on the original Total Annihilation team. In fact, Bart Kionka, who was responsible for doing all of the code. Among many things, he wrote the code for like auto reclamation, so you could set your unit on a patrol and it would just auto reclamate or auto repair and do all of that. I work with him at the company I'm at right now, which is a big broadcasting company. So we're both directors in that company as our quote unquote day jobs.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
So Chris, talking about Supreme Commander, I noticed, you know, because you talked about that the commander balance is a very delicate thing. And it's really interesting that in Supreme Commander and Forged Alliance, the commander became so much beefier. You know, like in TA, you could just go and degun the other guy pretty quickly and just kill each other. But in Forged Alliance, you know, this commander is like 10,000 health, and you know the power of 20 T1 tanks, and then has the upgrades. What made you decide that as the spiritual successor, you're going to make this commander like a much tougher, stronger unit that can get upgrades? It was also the same in Supreme Commander 2 as well, though with the research system, it was a little different. But, you know, I'd really like to hear your rationale behind that.
Well, one of the challenges in game design and when you're in a commercial sort of for-profit design stance, is that you have to make something that looks good, promotes well, that sounds exciting and bigger and better. And it must be one of the top 3 rules of game design that bigger is not better. Okay, you simply do not add more. You don't add more units, bigger maps, and bigger, more powerful weapons to make a better game. But that is a hard trap to stay out of. So where some people might completely rejoice and celebrate the super powerful commander units, others might see it as a deviation from the elegance of Total Annihilation. And I don't disagree. It's kind of a thing, but we did need to put features down in the design document. I don't want to complain about the publisher-developer relationship, but the publishers probably would not be happy if you said, well, we're going to keep it really simple like the first game. We're not going to expand anything here. We're going to just try to improve the engine a little bit. No. They want to see features everywhere. Otherwise, you're not earning your money. And that's probably half of it at least. And the other half is just straight up ego. You want to make something more complicated. People just do that. They make things more complicated just because. And we were no different. But I don't think it was great design inspiration. I won't defend it as design inspiration. Not like the original. A lot of the original ideas were really, if that's the right language for it, call it inspirational. There was a lot of inspiration in TA, and then I think we probably had half that much again on Supreme Commander, but it wasn't like we didn't do the same thing over again and double the amount of inspiration, if that makes sense. If I can even couch it that way.
That's really good insight there, Chris. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That was actually that was really interesting. We are now in the second match. Things are starting to kick off as units are starting to cross the central river. So our casters, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Tarnished Knight. So let's quickly talk a little bit about the map, shall we, Wingflier? So we've got E-Main Maka. It's a remake. It's been various iterations, but it comes from the author Icewick, who's one of the developers for BAR, major part of the core team. So big factor here is all the metal spots alongside the river. So fighting on these beaches is going to be a big part of it. Wingflier, what else do you think is going to be critical to playing this map?
So Malady made a really interesting observation in the chat, and he said fleas cannot cross the river, which is true. The flea is the only unit, or the tick is the only unit in the game, I think, that cannot walk across this little river here in the middle, which, that might have an impact early on, just in the fact that, it's you can't send that nice harasser early. It's more difficult to harass the opponents. So already we see Malady at the top. We haven't introduced our players. I guess we could. Of course, I'm sure by now, if you guys are watching, you already know our players. But Malady still has not built a lab yet. So Malady, again, going with a very greedy, kind of delayed air lab start, where Master Bell has built his already. So airplay is going to be very important in this game. I'm sure of it. But also, whoever can control the middle, that's going to be a big factor too. Why do you think that the TZN? Why did they choose this map? What's your explanation?
I expect it's something about the familiarity. They would have played. The majority of the games these players have played are 8v8s, and this map does come up quite often in 8v8s. So it's something to do with. Let's think of a map. Let's pick up a map that we are all comfortable with. We know all the little ins and outs and the features and where things are, where the choke points, where the important strategic positions. And on this map, it's very much holding the beaches in a way that you can have metal extractors on your spots, but you deny them on your enemy spots. So getting artillery with support up close and just protecting that river as best you can. Crossing the river is difficult. It slows your units down, has a slight uphill on the other end that slows down vehicles even more. But if you've got defenses facing you on the other side, you've really got to bring a combined arms attack to get across. And that's what these players are doing. You can see a natural front line just forming across the river right now.
Yeah. Well, and it's really interesting that Malady, our green player, he still has not built a lab, but as a result of that, look, he has the entire top corner of the map. He has that entire part of the map where Master Bell still hasn't even gotten the bottom of the map. And so, guys, I really feel like Malady, I've said this many times, but I feel like Malady is just kind of playing on his own level here. Like, he has delayed his lab, his aircraft plant this far because he knows he can. And he's able to play this very greedy play style because he seems to understand the game extraordinarily well. And I bet he probably has the best eco in the game right now. So I expect a lot out of Malady here. I think we'll probably get some more epic bombing runs. And we're going to have to see if Team Time Zone Nightmare can stop him. I mean, they know it's coming. They have to know it's coming. Can they stop Malady from just bombing them into oblivion?
Yeah, that's critical. Looks like Master Bell has got some fighters up already. They've spotted a little scout coming in. Didn't actually intercept it, but they've spotted it. So Malady knows who's on the back line now. He's scouted out those bases. That's prepping up ready for the inevitable air war, but let's have a look at the front line. As we can see, lining up Grumpy versus Captain Jack Sparrow. A bit of a stalemate there. Units ready to go, but defense is there, putting them off for the time being. Then we've got Teddy and Claret on Times of Nightmare facing up against Ragnar and LSR. Claret and Teddy are starting to make a beachhead, and this could start deciding things in the economic warfare, because they're going to start denying some of those metal spots while they've got theirs.
Yeah. No, it is surprising that they allowed Teddy and Claret to just move over. I mean, I would have thought they would have fought a little bit harder to keep them on their side of the river there, because as you said, once they establish this beachhead, it becomes much harder to push them back. Of course, it could work in their favor if they can kill these comms. Then the comm corpses will be on their side of the map, which will allow them to reclaim them more easily. So
that could well be the strategy that they've thought about beforehand. Let them come in, and then they may have the metal spots for 60 seconds, a few minutes, but that's only going to be so much metal. But then we get a commander wreckage, and that's 2,000 metal, and that's way more than they would have got in the meantime. So maybe it's just something they thought about beforehand, because it is strange letting them gain that territory. They have the units to try and contest it, and they're just sitting back.
Well, it's like I said, or like I was about to say, maybe they're just playing chess in 4D. It's like we'll let them think they're winning. We'll let them come over and bring their commanders, and then then when we kill them, we'll take their corpses. Chris, I don't know if you knew this, but in BAR, when a commander dies, it actually leaves a corpse, and either team can reclaim that corpse for 2,000 metal. And so actually, it's pretty important in these team games to kill enemy commanders or even kill your own commanders and reclaim their corpses for metal. That plays a big part in the gameplay. I'm just kind of interested what you think about that.
Yeah, like I picked that up, and I actually think it's a really interesting design decision. I of course I haven't played it, but it's theoretically it actually sounds like a really good idea. And if you guys are all enjoying it, that's the real proof positive, right? And it's kind of interesting. It makes me wonder if there isn't another design element in there where you can sacrifice your commander without exploding it. You can just sort of give your body over to your resource system with a button press, or at least some time in a button press.
Well, you're clearly thinking along the right lines there, Chris, because not exactly that, but there's a common strategy, especially in 8v8s, where a player will sacrifice their commander right behind the base, where it doesn't destroy anything. Then they have the wreckage and they reclaim it, just so they can invest in T2 or units. We see that a lot.
Yeah,
so it's a big design decision. They give up their commander, but they gain that metal. And some that's almost like part of the meta you have to do on some maps.
That's really
so it's really interesting.
That's really like heroic stuff. Like it almost seems like the commander should raise its hands to the sky and like take me and give my body to the cause, like some sort of, scene in a movie. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Emotionally, it's got the right energy emotionally. I'm just saying, maybe you don't have to blow up to do it. Maybe it would work if you just did it without blowing up.
Just press
really
a button, and you become part of the ether. Something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I shouldn't be designing during a tournament.
No, it's still fighting over this frontline river. Starting to trade blows now with Tech 2 from Captain Jack Sparrow. He's got these all-terrain rocket spiders. Got decent range on those rockets, so he's really starting to pick apart the defenses there on the east side. We've also got in the middle Ragnar pushing across the river. He's got T2 bull tanks coming across with pawns and some jaguars. Going to start unpicking all of those metal spots. So the instinct was right to wait and not contest the middle early on. And on the west side, same sort of story with LSR's hounds. He's got 6 hounds and he's pushing Clout all the way back.
No, I mean, once again, it feels like the northern team has a better strategy. They are pushing through with a lot of these T2 units, a lot of hounds and bulldogs, and like you said, these recluse, the all-terrain rocket spider, and Team Time Zone Nightmare just feels like they're collapsing. Like they don't know what to do. They're not sure how to stop this push. Pink is attempting to use his commander as a bomb, as a sacrifice to maybe hold this off for a little bit, but Ragnar playing very well around it. He sees what's happening here, and Pink might even go down without even accomplishing much.
Yeah, they can still see him, even though he's cloaked. Claret's commander's cloaked. They can see him on radar. He hasn't got any jammer there, so they know where he is roughly. And there he goes. He only managed to degun one Tech 1 unit and lost his comm. Now they're going to try and contest this wreckage. Paralyzer drones coming in from Master Bell to try and help. Those Jaguars have anti-air capability, so they'll take some of them out. But they are paralyzing quite a number of units there.
Yeah.
This opportunity, very slim time window for them to get in and reclaim that wreckage before the rest of BARcode's team units come down.
I don't even know if they have a time that they can do that, a window, because Ragnar and LSR are already moving in with this huge army of T2 units, and once again it just feels like man, Team BARcode has just been on another level this whole tournament. They have not dropped a single game. Their strategies have just been so well deployed, and their teamwork has been impeccable. And I don't know, man, it just feels like these guys really prepared. I mean, they were really, their teamwork is just something of beauty.
They're, you'll know, if you play on the public lobbies, you'll see these guys playing. They know the game really well. All the team players here for both sides, but in particular, Ragnar and Malady. They are the last winners of the 2v2 tournament a while back. And if you look at their commanders, you can see any game you play with them, they have special Viking helmets because they won that. And now they're going to retain those helmets for the 4v4.
Yeah, well, and Master Bell does go down. And so now there's 2 commanders down, and Malady with a nice bombing attempt here, flying right over Teddy's commander, going straight for this advanced, this Moho Geo.
Oh, critically doesn't get it. Moho Geo's still up.
He is swinging around though. He might get it on the second pass. I think there's just enough here to finish this thing off. And that will take out most of Teddy's base there on that part of the map, and I think this is about over. I think this tournament is about over, as Team BARcode has they've just had a dominant performance, all of them playing really well. I don't think any of them have been the weakest link at all. We saw games where Captain Jack Sparrow was really killing it, and another commander goes down. That was Grumpy's, I think. And now, I don't know, man. Now there's just one commander left. It's just Teddy's commander. And it feels a bit like an uphill battle for our southern team.
Yeah, it's closing moments. I think the team's really thinking, are there any clutch plays now? Can we try and snipe some comms? But they've got 4 commanders that they need to get. That's not really an option. They've got a few units to respond here. They've got metal to be reclaimed, but already we've got LSR reclaiming that metal with his own grave robbers. So that opportunity is closing. I think it's even on the east side where there was a bit more promising hold of territory. We're now seeing Captain Jack Sparrow push through into Grumpy's base. So I think these are the closing moments of the tournament.
Yeah. So nice job by Team BARcode. I mean, Ragna, Malady, Captain Jack Sparrow, and Lull Steamroller. These players really were just kind of, I hate to say it, but they were just on another level, man. This team was just on another plane of existence in this tournament. We're gonna have to see if the other teams are gonna have to step up their game, man, if they wanna be able to perform at this level. So, congrats, BARcode.
Yeah, well done. And I mean, we got so many new players joining us now. Let's watch for them because it's all to play for, guys. Some of these guys have been playing for years, but there's some really powerful players now. Really, only in the last few weeks have become top tier players. So if you haven't played the game yet, or you aren't familiar with some of these pro tactics, just go and watch these replays. Watch some of these streams. Wingflier streams replays quite regularly on YouTube. And it's just so much you can learn from watching some of these pro players. And then you might be able to contest the tournaments.
Yeah. Well, there's probably a lot of quite advanced techniques and things going on there. So it's a case of watching those. But those are, just watching the way they handle the eco and, player at the back, just taking up all the eco, building it up and just supporting his team until he's ready to contribute units in. It's just beautiful the way they worked, and I just love that how we talk about it in time zone nightmare, moving forward across, thinking, oh well, we've got the advantage now with the depriving metal extractors and stuff like that, and as you say, it could quite easily have been a lull them into false sense of security while we'll tech up to tech 2 under a huge economy and then just push in and push through. So absolutely incredible work there by BARcodes. Absolutely amazing play, and as you say, Ragnar was in that, and was it Melody also in there, who were forming the champion team of the 2v2. So they are very used to working with each other, and that was quite incredible. We didn't get to see some juggernauts this time, but we still saw a lot of amazing plays there. So that is fantastic. So thank you, BARcode, for winning Time Zone Nightmares. Second place, nothing to be ashamed of with that. And I think by working out the various scores and things, that the Careless Tryhards come up third in the tournament. So well done there, showing your stuff. So all very, very good teams. I'll bring us back into the casting booth. So yeah, that was incredible. Chris, you got to watch that. What did you make of it?
It was great. I really right out of the gate, I like the map design. I like the way it's set up across the river. That felt like a real sort of kind of strategic situation that's up. As far as getting into the details, like what you guys do, breaking this down, I can't touch that. But I definitely feel this itch of saying of wanting to get in there and play myself, which is probably not something that you can imagine. I did not expect to feel that. But maybe this is sort of like the amazing thing about the journey of this, where I couldn't really play Total Annihilation a lot, because I had worked with the team to build it, and now here I get to have the experience of it sort of. It's like Memento or something, that Christopher Nolan movie where the guy forgets and then he wakes up the next day and then he has to figure out what his life was. So maybe in a weird way I get to discover Total Annihilation through BAR, which I think would be kind of surreal and fun. So I don't know.
It would be great for us to be able to give back somewhat to you, given that you set so much up for us.
Well, I
Totally agree.
appreciate that. In a way, I feel like creating games that are fun is kind of like a curse and a blessing. Because, I'd get emails from folks, and I still do, by the way, and I get emails for all the different games. And someone's like, this game, was amazing. It brought me and my father together, or my son and I together, and I did all these things. But man, then we don't do anything else. We just play this game, and it's sort of like this. They don't see the sunshine or something. There's this other kind of part of it. So everything in moderation, but yeah, I could see this game becoming really soaking up some time, and I don't know. I guess I deserve that, right? I deserve to get a taste of my own medicine.
You deserve to get nuked once or twice,
No, I know. It's so weird.
Yeah,
It's
Got
crazy.
to be two
Crazy.
nukes, right, for a commander.
Yeah.
yeah.
I love the fact you guys preserved that gameplay element, and I really do like the idea that you can sacrifice yourself and give your medal up. That's crazy. That's fun. That fits my design. That passes my design sensibilities. That if we had thought of it, I tell you right now, if we had thought of it, we probably would have done it. So many great ideas are just, they're inspirational ideas. There's nothing technical that stops you from doing those things. Those are just, it has to come from this place of inspiration, which you guys seem to have carried that torch now beautifully.
We're standing on the shoulders of giants. You're setting the groundwork, you and your team, and then obviously the others that have come, the Supreme Commander, and then they moved. Part of that team moved on to Total Planetary Annihilation, and that's of course. Oh, of course, we can't forget Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
Oh no!
which
Were you part of that, Chris? Were you part of that at all?
No, I had left in March of '98, and that was Clayton Kozlarek, again, the lead artist of Total Annihilation, a friend who carried on, because I left to start gas-powered games. So he carried on, and he led the design of Kingdoms. And I think his goal was create a game that was more accessible in a fantasy realm. And I think there was a bunch of that worked. But I've never got close enough to it. I was so busy with Dungeon Siege and gas-powered games that I never really looked up. It was really, that is the truth when you run your own studio. You are so myopically looking down at your work every day, you don't see the rest of the world. It just disappears from view.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, no, that's good to hear. I was going to ask a few questions, but obviously not that closely associated with TA Kingdoms. But from what you've seen and heard of TA Kingdoms, how do you feel about its contribution that it made to the TA genre, sub-genre of RTS?
Well, I mean, it's not really something I can comment on, because I never played it. I played with it when it came out, but didn't sit and play it, and didn't get into it, didn't get deep into it. I do get people confused thinking that I designed it, which I have to be very clear. I didn't design it. There's another designer, not to change the subject, but there's another designer with the same name as me, and he designed the original Fallout. Chris Taylor, just to be clear, designed Fallout. So when you ask ChatGPT or you Google stuff, or people will write a bio for me on a site. They'll say, "Hey, Chris Taylor did," and they'll list all these other games that Chris Taylor did. I'm like, no, different Chris Taylor. There was a band in Vancouver where I grew up called the Paolas. The drummer was Chris Taylor. There's Chris Taylor, a professional power lifter. There's Chris Taylor, the baseball player now, plays for the Dodgers, I believe, unless he's been traded, who's doing very well, by the way. So there's Chris Taylors all over the place, and I have to make sure that everybody knows that I'm not trying to take credit for all of their work. If you know what I'm trying to say here.
So Chris, what was it like to design Fallout? What was that? What was it like? Tell us about that. Tell us about designing Fallout. What was that experience?
Yeah, we could. I do know Chris, and I haven't talked to him in years though. But I'd get emails from writers wanting to write articles, or people who had questions about Fallout, and I would always be happy to forward the email to Chris. So if you have some questions, let me know, and I will forward them on to Chris, and he will, I'm sure, be happy to take care of those.
So we're looking forward to you joining us in some bar pubby matches, Chris. And you can sort out a Linux machine, perhaps.
Yeah, I might just go with Windows so that I can play all the other games too.
Yeah.
But I mean, I should be able to dual boot. So yeah, for sure. Let me get that squared away, and then we're all hooked up here on Discord, so we have a running start now into the next phase.
Yeah, so that certainly seems that there'd be a great casting opportunity there.
Yeah. Well, I know there'll be a lot of questions from the community. We've already had some in Twitch, but like on the Discord, it'd be really good to set up another conversation with you, Chris, where maybe some of the other dev team. I mean, I only do a small part. There's other guys like Tarnished Knight, and I won't list the names, but there's so many. They would love to talk to you. And put some of these questions to you. If we could set that up as well, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, let me find it. Let me figure out who else I could get on the call. I think you guys it would be really good to hear from Jake, who tuned and balanced the game.
Yeah.
And
and
BAR, and who else? Maybe Clayton as well. You can ask him the questions directly about Kingdoms.
Yeah,
I'm sure we can figure it out. It'll take time, but we'll get something figured out for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would absolutely be amazing. On side news, we're looking to see if we can actually get the winning team in to interview them, see how they feel about the tournament, new format. So this is the first time we've officially done a 4v4 tournament in BAR. So it's been predominantly like 1v1s, 2v2. But as we know, the TA style of RTS games, their strength relies in the big multiplayer large team games. So yeah, 4v. So obviously it's more and more difficult to organize these tournaments the more people you have in there, and we quite regularly every night have these 8v8s going on, and sometimes when special occasions occur, we sometimes open up 16v16 matches, 32 people. It gets crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
that's a spectacle to behold.
But to think that I know Total Annihilation obviously didn't quite go up to that. It was let down admittedly by Intel processors back then. But yeah, to see that we can get up to 32 with the tech that's been inspired by TA is kind of incredible, really. I think. If we were able to optimize the engine through and do more architectural changes, admittedly the engine which we're based on started, turn of the millennia, really, and is sort of obviously it's crystallized over nearly 20 years of development. So there are certain things we can't do, and there was obviously a shift between single core and multi-core processing in that time. So while we can multi-thread, essentially that's part of what I've been doing, the pathfinding and the unit collision and avoidance code, and get all that multi-threaded, which obviously is one of the biggest areas of performance that we see. You try and move 5,000 units around, it gets pretty expensive. But there's other areas where, because we're so flexible, that the engine isn't just used by BAR, it's used by 0K, it's used by so many other mods that are all inspired in their own way by Total Annihilation. They're like different takes on the Total Annihilation formula. With the flexibility is incredible, but it did come with a price. That a lot of the stuff actually with the gaming side was kept single threaded because it's a deterministic engine, so that would desync quite easily. So if you tried like bringing multi-threading to the general developers and stuff, and it's quite difficult to debug. But yeah, to even get where we are now is absolutely incredible. I'm just trying to find out if we are where we are with getting the winners in. We want to catch them because I saw some people been playing for quite some time and getting tired. So we'll see how many of the team were able to.
Yeah, we've looks like we got LSR and CJ, Captain Jack Sparrow in the game.
Are they? I can't see them. Italy. Are they in the Discord chat?
Yeah,
Yes.
Hello.
Hello there.
Welcome and congratulations on your victory on the first 4v4 tournament. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm speechless, kind of. I've played multiple bar tournaments, I would say, and to win with teammates such as Elisa, who I've known for 3 years, and Ragnar and Malady is amazing. It feels just amazing, I would say. I'm like speechless beyond that.
Yeah, you did really well. LSR, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great as well. I think it was my idea to originally kind of thought, oh, wait, maybe if we could make a Ragnar and Malady, we could make this maybe fun team. You know, I'm right, so I'm by far the lowest, and you know, y'all have all these great players. I thought it would make a fun team. I think we would have a really good cohesion when I first hatched this plan. So. And it's really interesting. So Ragnar maybe was looking for the team, and Ragnar played with Malady, and Malady was like, "Oh, we need to get an LSR in," and I was like, "I need to get a CJ," and so we actually formed this kind of fun team. And I don't think we never like really expected to do much because you have all these grants, but I think the tournament was really great from the fact that there wasn't really that stacked teams overall. I think you can see by the scores that you know most teams were around the more or less the top players were evenly spread. There wasn't super dominated game overall. So I'm feeling really good for the win. And everything went according to our plan, which was amazing. Although at sometimes we feel it wasn't.
So one thing that I mentioned during the cast, of course, you guys probably couldn't see it because you were playing, but I was just saying that you guys were like, you're on another level of the other teams. Like you were just on another level of skill. Your teamwork was on another level, your strategies, and you didn't drop a single game in the entire tournament. So you guys, I guess, played 8 games, maybe
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, 8, yeah.
Didn't lose a single game. So what do you think accounts for that? Like, why were you guys? Why was your skill level so much higher? Why do you think that you guys had such a better team than everyone else?
We figured out that instead of playing like the lanes or playing whatever is standard normal play, we would do like role-based plays, and we had really everybody has to do their own. So because in the bar is such a complex game with such a mechanics and all this stuff that you get to tunnel vision really easily, right? So for example, one of the theories, like we would have the guys who would take the scouts. Doesn't matter who produced them, but you know the rating does one player, and I'm watching early game like with my grunts and trying to intercept all of their scouts, right? I don't have to do the defense and attack at the same time. So we split those roles across different maps in different ways. As you have noticed, Malady did really great in the air. Ragnar was, you know, smashing front lines, and I was either holding early and doing eco. Everybody played to our strengths, and that kind of resulted in a little more.
Yeah, I mean,
cohesion.
I think our team played like according to our team description, our team poem. Ragnar the front breaker, I'm the tactician, and Elisa the eco guy, and Malady the APM master. So it's like everybody played to their strengths. So I think we excelled way beyond, and we were playing like a single organism than just 4 individual players.
Yeah, definitely felt like that. We got Ragnar here as well now. Ragnar, how do you feel having won the tournament?
Yeah, pretty alright. Not gonna lie, feels good. It was a lot of fun. I think the playing the game like this on such a high level and such nice coordination, such an amazing team all together. It's just pure fun for me.
It was fun to watch as well. I think, like you were saying, the coordination was on par, and it felt like you had a plan for each map and what happened. I think there were only a couple of moments where we thought you're behind. A little bit of doubt came in, but then suddenly you 2v1 someone and they couldn't respond. And the airplay for Malady, who unfortunately hasn't joined us. I'm not sure if he can talk, but yeah, really nice to see consistent winning of air superiority and then bombing. It was a really standout feature. Well done, guys.
Yeah, I was throughout the entire tournament. I just kept gushing over Malady's airplay because it just felt like so next level. It's not as though that you don't see airplay in bar. I mean, some games you don't. Obviously, if you look at like pub matches, it feels like sometimes no one even builds air. But Malady just felt like he was killing it. I mean, there was just some games that it felt like you won because Malady dominated the air so well in his bombing runs, taking out the enemy team's bases and just causing them to be in this state of panic. It was really impressive, man. Malady, maybe he can't hear us, but I just feel like everyone's got to catch up with his airplay right now. You know what I'm saying? Like he's probably the best, and it's pretty crazy to watch.
I'll say, Wingflier, that your gushing over the airplay has not gone unnoticed by the audience.
He was talking about Beethoven at one point. It was that elegant to see. Really well played though. It wasn't just Malady though. You could see really how you guys were using things like the resource sharing. That's something you don't really see often in most games. Also, like just the commander play. We were talking to Chris about how iconic the design of the commander is, and you guys are really making use. Ragnar, I saw quite a few times making like real clutch D-gun plays. Can you talk about that? What were you thinking going into these matches about the commanders?
Yeah, I think commanders are incredibly strong units, and I really like using them as they were first envisioned, I believe, by Chris, as like the centerpiece, like a chess piece, the king, that at the same time it's a win condition, but if you use it well, you can get ahead by using it. And I absolutely love this design. I've been playing this game since I was a kid, so thanks again from one more of your fans, Chris. And the D-gun, it's just so iconic. It's one of the most iconic weapons I can think of in video games, and to me, I enjoy using it to its great effect.
Am I on? Oh, yeah, I was off mute. Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. That's getting me kind of emotional when I hear that deep, that heartfelt feedback on that. Thanks for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So BARcode, winning team. Are there any closing thoughts on your part with respect to the tournament you'd like to share with the audience while we have the stage, so to speak?
I think we enjoyed the tournament the entire time. We were like laughing, we were enjoying, we were crying. It was a whole full of whole emotions, and like we were like at times you were like, are they doing this? Are we doing something wrong? Like even when we were winning, right? We were always constantly thinking of different ways to win. And other than that, I think it was like a beautiful tournament. I think everything worked out, and the casters did an amazing job. Thank you, casters, and thank you, Clark, for making the game. I guess TA. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have been having a tournament like this. So
We'd be just sat twiddling our thumbs right now.
I dread to think what we'd be doing today. I'm dreaming of how we could continue the TA legacy. Probably. I think BAR was an inevitability in some shape or form. But yeah, well, congratulations, BARcode. You've done an absolutely amazing job there. Hard fought battle. Teams gave you quite a good run for your money, but you prevailed in the end. It's well earned, and I think you should be proud of the achievement. You've certainly set the standard, shall we say, set the bar, shall we say, for 4v4. There's a lot that we felt we could learn from your plays, your tactical plays.
Hey, look at that merchandise coming out, Chris. Cave Dog.
I was like, I gotta have something here that's from the old days, but my head's too fat for the largest setting on the hat. Apparently, there were small-headed people back in the 80s, 90s. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt your flow. I just was like, come on, I gotta have some merch over here. We gotta find some merch to dig up to give away on one of these.
Oh, yeah.
That would be really fun.
Oh wow, that would really increase the intensity of the competition. That's for sure. Chris Taylor's merchandise.
We have got merchandise for BAR, but it doesn't have quite the history that Cave Dog does. So, that's a real antique, isn't it?
Also,
Yeah, in fact, go ahead.
oh no, I was going to say we kind of shot ourselves in the foot by writing bar instead of Beyond All Reason on the merchandise, so people get confused when they see it. But go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, I was like, I had Total Annihilation shirts and I kept them, and then I just gave them away whimsically. And if I'd been thinking, I could have put like 100 of them into a container and left them there like a what do you call that thing? A time capsule, and then pulled them out and then had some fun. But it's really hard to keep. It's really hard to keep a lot of stuff around for 26 years. It just melts away.
It certainly does.
Well, living legacy is much better. We are proof of the legacy of TA. Sure. So you might not have the T-shirts, but a lot of the love and attention has gone into BAR. So awesome stuff.
Yeah, so that was fantastic play. So I'll just show the final results again on the tournament here on this screen. The grand finals, where BARcode we've just had the interview with, have taken it away and prevailed over all the other teams. Hard fought, and the runners-up, second place, the Time Zone Nightmare. They've evidently picked that name very carefully, so that they've got a fallback excuse if they didn't win the tournament. I can tell. And also Careless Tryhards. Again, I guess their name of their team has a built-in excuse as well for not necessarily winning. But they did absolutely amazing, and even second and third place, we saw some absolutely amazing plays from them. Excellent performance on those parts. Some top-notch games. And certainly making BARcode work and show their stuff. So BARcode could, excel, but they need strong opponents to really show what they're made of. And I think strong opponents is what they had. But BARcode prevailed over all. So that's the state of the tournament. A couple of announcements. Just need to bring up. So Taku wanted us to bring up that there's going to be something known as the BAR Leagues going to be introduced. So it'll be a seasonal based competition, open for players to register at the moment. So if you jump on our Discord, I'll try to actually get the link posted again on the stream chat, which we've done a bit earlier, but we'll get that back up there. I'm coordinating a lot of things right at this moment. And so jump on there. It's organized by our Procaster Farmman official. So that's going to be pretty exciting stuff. So get involved in that. It's going to be pretty exciting. So the other thing, let's see. Okay, so just a general question to the audience. So throw out your comments in the stream chat or reach out to Taku yourself. But we'd like to essentially do a survey on what the community wants next in terms of major events. Are we talking a 2v2, a 3v3, or dare I say it, an 8v8 tournament? Your answers will be greatly appreciated. We want to collect your thoughts on what would get you excited for another event. So yes, please reach out to us about that. I'd like to take this opportunity to our casters. I don't know quite where Wingflier's going. He's probably taken a brief break because he did an outstanding run on looking at helping us look after the tournament there. If he's still there, he's just turned his camera off. I'll just open it to the casters of just asking for sort of final thoughts on the tournament. What do you think?
Final thoughts. Well, that tournament we saw some really interesting play and quite inspiring play. I think there's a lot of synergies between players that new players may not be appreciating. Don't focus on your lane, like our team BARcode was just talking about. Help your friends. Look across. Where can you make a difference? Don't just keep battling up against those laser towers. Try and help out your mates. Don't start air unless you know what you're doing, like Malady. He's tip top, but there's a lot of things to consider doing that. And I think it's got to be long live the D gun.
Oh yes,
Some excellent changes of fortune just from the D gun.
I'd still love to see a cloaked commander D-gunner juggernaut.
Yeah,
That's what makes life worth living.
plenty on 8v8s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I just love seeing the plays, especially at that finals. We've got to see a lot of very interesting maneuvers. I just love the bit at the beginning of, I think, the first of them, where the Tick essentially ran round behind the battle lines and went straight for a metal extractor and managed to wedge itself in, so no one could get to it and take the next out. It's just those little things. The airplay was absolutely amazing. With just seeing the masterclass of how to use it. Air is often criticised in BAR as being quite difficult to use. It's a very difficult thing to balance. I'm sure, Chris, you probably got a lot of things that you would probably say about how to design and sort of try and make air fit with Total Annihilation on that front. Let's see, Wingflier, if you're there. No, okay.
If he's not, Chris, what when you were designing air, what was it like? Was it always going to have air, or was that something you just added later on? Like, how did you design it?
No, I wanted land, sea, and air. That was it. I wanted land, sea, and air, and I was ambitious, and it was kind of foolishly ambitious because the complexity, as you guys imagine, I mean, there was the taking off and landing stuff, and Jeff handled that really, really well. And of course, I wanted aircraft carriers, which I didn't quite get until Supreme Commander, but at least we could have those ships that would allow your gunships. Everything ended up being VTOL, by the way. That was a design sort of hole we fell into. We couldn't have landing strips and having aircraft, take off over these large, because the buildings would be too hard to build. So everything turned into VTOL. That was one concession that we made, which was kind of a reach, but we got there, and it gave the game that extra dimension, which when you added the sea, it felt like everything was there. All the pieces were there to make it come together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great inspiration, like you said, from real war, but just putting it into a way that's accessible. And yeah, combined arms in this game make such a lot of difference. It's really nice to see when players can pull it off. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm curious, do you guys have the spider unit that can paralyze? Did that make it into BAR?
Yeah.
They made it.
Armada have a small spider that is all terrain and has a paralyzer laser. Yeah.
Paralyzer. Yeah, that's interesting.
Armada, that's right.
That's
okay.
fresh edition.
I'm coming up to speed quickly on everything because I've been in my own world, for obvious reasons. But I'm glad you brought the spider. What did I call it? I can't remember the name of it. Anybody?
Well, it's called Recluse now, isn't it? I'm not sure what it was called before.
Oh, we should know this. It's like the second mission in ARM.
Yeah,
right. Like
I should know. Okay. Because you guys got to remember something. This is my excuse, my dog ate it excuse.
The BAR version is called the Weber.
Oh yeah, Weber. That's it. And it was just called a spider, wasn't it?
It was just called Spider, yes.
Oh, right. It was called Spider.
Well, I mean, if it was called the Spider, that would explain why I can't remember that it didn't get a cutesy name. But remember, after Total Annihilation and I designed Supreme Commander, we had 3 factions. Now you ask me to pull a name up of one of the units in Supreme Commander, and you're asking for a miracle, okay? Like there's just, have you seen the tech trees for Supreme Commander? When we added a 4th, we added the fourth race, the 4th faction. It just became
Eon, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Seraphim.
The Seraphim. Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Remember, there was 60 people on that team. I mean, you walk into the office, there's just armies of people working on these games, building things, and you hang on by dear life to keep on top of everything that is going on in the game. It became too big. It became too big, and that's why what I'm doing in my spare time is my kind of my hobby project, which you can read about on my website, Kanugi. It's a return to the simplicity. It's a return to core gameplay principles and things like that. So, for obvious reasons, games when they get really big, they lose some soul when they get really, really big. So, anyway, yeah, the spider. I'm glad you guys have it.
Yes, you'll probably recognise a lot of units when you obviously they've all been named. They obviously don't have the same names because we're sort of very keen to make sure that we don't infringe on any IP or anything like that. But if you can think of a unit in TR, you'll probably find something that's a close approximation to it, but maybe under a different name. But so it'll probably be a lot more familiar to you than you realise. It's like it'll come back to you. Oh yeah, I remember that. Hopefully, if we've done our jobs right, or say volunteer jobs, because we're not actually paid to do this, but we just do it because we just love it, and we just just love Total Annihilation, and we can't help ourselves, Chris. You inspired a whole generation of people that just have to want more Total Annihilation.
So good. It's so good. It's almost like it's like when someone makes you laugh and then your stomach hurts because so you have to actually stop them from making you laugh. Well, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. I'm full of so much emotion and so much of everything. My senses are just they're overloaded with this experience. So I'm at a point where I just don't even know what to say anymore. You need to walk in the forest or something now and commune with nature in order to figure out where to put it all. It's amazing.
Well, there's a lot more to see, Chris, and we should definitely have a follow-up chat about some of the history and some of the things we don't have time for today. This is all about the tournament, but it's so good to have you on. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
It's been fantastic. So thank you very much, Chris, for turning up and just being a fantastic surprise. The Twitch chat has just gone absolutely crazy. Before I'd even said a word, you appeared, and people were already going, "That's Chris Taylor."
Is my video feed going on to Twitch, or is it just audio? How does that work?
Video and audio is going on to the Twitch. It's nicely decorated in a like a Figma. So we've got like a sort of a futuristic bar around it with some advertising and stuff. So I suppose if you go back and you look at the stream, you'll see that we've got like a big creator of Total Annihilation, Chris Taylor. And you might also watch that the little cave dog logo kind of bounded in and then bounded out as well a couple of times.
Yeah. We'll be putting the VOD, as they call it, up on YouTube, I believe. Is that right?
Yes,
Tarnished
yes,
Knight?
it's all going to go up on YouTube. So it'll be there forever for people to enjoy and benefit from your words of wisdom and insights into your time with Total Annihilation, your thoughts on things, which has been absolutely fantastic. It's been lovely to hear, and the sort of accidental or just subconsciously confirmed aspects of some of the design that's come through, and it's not like it's been pointed out as like, oh yeah, Chris was thinking that way. It was just like, well, I mean, we are thinking that way as well. So that's really, really cool to hear. I love it. So yeah, thanks again, Chris, for being on this cast and making it truly something special. For us here and for the team, we're grateful for it, and obviously our audience, because they didn't know you were going to be on this, so it was a delightful surprise for them. I'd like to thank Taku, who's the organizer for the tournament, for going through the effort, because tournament organization is a difficult thing to do. Trying to actually drum up the initial getting over the moment of inertia to get people in. You set up your challenge, you don't know if anyone's going to show up or whatever, and he did it on relatively short notice. He decided to be doing it about 1 month ago as we finished the 1v1 tournament, and he just got surprise announced at the end of the 1v1 tournament. So it's been a very short space of time, and he's managed to pull that all together and get 19 teams? Well, quite a lot of
18.
teams. Yeah. 18 teams together, a 4v4, with potential people that could swap in and out under specific rules, I imagine. So there's quite a lot of people involved in that. So that's absolutely incredible on that front, probably making it our biggest tournament in terms of player participation, which was the previous tournament. So we're just going from strength to strength there. It's incredible. I'd like to thank the entire team working in the background. The Figma is being updated by the team in the background. Probably Borg, you've probably been doing a few things as well in the background as well, especially with data analysis and that bringing facts to the and of course the TS scores for the teams and the calculations and all that. The team been looking after the Figma, the lovely screens that we've been referring to, which give like the tournament standings, and you know, this little sort of decoration that you see on the screen at the moment that's been updated live. It's the team behind there, so thank you very much for just adding that extra flavor and the little cave dog just bouncing on and then bouncing off. I love it. I just absolutely love it. Keep doing it, guys. It's fantastic, regardless of what the audience might say. I love it, but I'm sure they love it too. I'll find out in 2 minutes when the stream catches up. I'd like to obviously thank Wingflier and Borg for casting with me at this tournament. Your insights and just keeping things flowing. I've had quite a number of technical challenges, way more than I've had for any previous tournament, and it's been fantastic. You guys have just been able to just keep things going, including when we didn't actually have any visual component due to some malfunctions of plugins and stuff like that, which took a little bit of fixing, and we had to go radio mode, and you guys managed to keep the audience entertained, so thank you very much for that excellent delivery. I'd like to thank the viewers for being here. We do this for you, and then the community as a whole. You know, thanks for being part of this. Thanks. Yeah, we do pay attention to the comments. We might not respond to all of them, but we do pay attention to them. Thanks for your help and everything like that. And of course, the BAR team for making BAR beyond all reason, without which we wouldn't be here. So thank you all and everyone for that. So, Chris, would you like to say any last words before we come off air? to your fans in the BAR community?
Well, like you thanking folks, I would definitely say a big thank you to BAR team. And all the folks that play and the folks that have been contributing to all the various versions of the games. Such a wonderful life experience on planet Earth, you know, and for you guys treating me so well today. I mean, you're treating me like I don't get treated like this very often. So, you know, but I promise you I won't become spoiled and expect this treatment next time. You can just treat me like one of the gang. Okay. So, don't worry. It won't go to my head. But I do appreciate it. And thanks for a wonderful, Saturday. Appreciate it.
It's been our absolute pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So what I'm going to do.
Doors open, Chris. Stay in the Discord. We'll be around. It'd be good to chat a bit more, and yeah, we'll set up a proper conversation with you and some of the other of your colleagues. That'd be amazing.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Right, what I'm going to try to do. I've been catching what we call the highlights, if you will, during the tournament, and I've had some one of the many technical issues is that when I tried to play it, it did something to actually drop the encode. Something's happened to the encoding. So when I've done that a couple of times, something's happened to the encoding, so I had to stop showing that. So I'm going to try with the tournament reel to see if we can just show all those off, and then you'll have the trailer. And thank you very much, everyone. So until next time. Keep playing BAR. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Good night. Just to make sure we cover... There's only two things I was thinking of, really. What the style of the tournament actually means, because I know a lot of people won't know what Swiss means.
It sent up some anti-air units to stop that, but he was a little too late as Captain Jack Sparrow was able to land and he is now taking control of this plateau. So,
Yep.
yeah.
And then Damus is just trying to do a similar thing,
and Demon Dread, all he really has here is his commander to stop these Jaguars. He's got to be careful. He'll probably have to use his D-gun as, I don't know, pawns and grunts, probably not going to be the best. Here comes this D-gun. He will take out two. He'll take out the third one, so a nice D-gun's there. It will keep him alive for now.
Where they already in the economy, so it's hard to judge what they could have done differently in terms of you can't just build more units if you haven't got the economy to do it. But I think that was something that they should have tried setting up sooner, just a bit more of a defensive screen.
Yeah, and I think
as long as they have air support. Not a reaction yet from the team west side. Yeah, fighters are coming in now, but damage has already been done. And these sumos are taking some massive punishment. Still 4 alive. This attack's not over, but as you dealt with yet. And sometimes you can get those units right next to the geothermal, and the player's own units will do damage and destroy it. Luckily, he managed to deal with that. Back to the front line now. Evolved Monkey pushing his commander in. Low health and goes down himself. Takes some units with him, but not, I think, critically not enough.
Air defense here. He might have 1 or 2 fighters, but I don't see a single missile tower on the ground. And could Malady get some serious economic damage done with this bombing run? We will have to see.
A very promising bombing run there. And he's still got air superiority, still got the bombers up, no damage. Fighters out ahead to know where to bomb. The intel is key, but he's completely unopposed at the moment. A couple of AA defenses gone up now by Claret. But those bombs now doing the damage, and that's almost all of his energy's been gone for Claret. Now hitting Teddy's base. Similar story.
Fighting with one another, sort of. There's a lot of pawns here, and Captain Jack Sparrow has to be careful not to get surrounded. Oh, it's going to be so close. He doesn't have energy for the D-gun, but it seems like he will have just enough to survive there on 25 health.
Very close there, yeah.
He is cloaked, so he may get away.
Just about cloaked him. He's got his jammer there, so the radar cannot see him. But they're about to take that out, and now they can see that command. They know where he is. What are they going to do? They should try and keep their range if possible.
They will get him.
Yeah, they get him. They all die, but now it's a race for that record.
All sides pushing through in the north with hovercraft, in the south, and also on the bridge in the middle. So the Eastern team is in full control of this game right now, as the Western team just struggling to even hang on. Claret's commander now getting surrounded, and he's going to explode instantly as soon as he uncloaks. So, and these hovercrafts are now in, they're kind of in Teal's base.
Teddy,
there's just not much there to stop.
Wingflier Teddy at the south is about to lose his comm as well.
Yeah.
It's looking on all fronts, it's looking not great for the West team. Time Zone Nightmare are having a nightmare.
Very expensive and very powerful, and they're like game-ending naval units. And currently targeting this nuclear ICBM launcher, it'll die just before it can get a nuke in the chamber there. So ultimately, I think the Western team is just about to. So basically, what Borg is saying is that their true skill rating isn't high enough for them to use nanoturrets yet. So that DLC will be unlocked when they get 10 more points, and then they'll unlock the nanoturret technology.
Pay to win. 700 metal. You could have really good units out, and instead you've got something static that's not even ready yet. So pro player Grumpy knows when to do this, and he's got some units in front of it to screen. I think he is likely, if they do push quite far forward, he might even reclaim it. It's one of those things that you don't want it just sat there doing. That lava is something to watch for. We have seen some units on the north side actually get killed by the lava. But it's looking open. Claret coming forward with his commander. They've only got 2 commanders left. He knows he needs to stop this push though, so he's pushing him forward regardless. And Daywalker's coming out of range, and the problem is he's got lashers, which have the range to destroy the command.
Randy's about to lose everything here at the front line. He's going to lose this advanced bot lab. He might even lose his commander. He's coming back for some D guns. Oh my God, Teddy's not watching. Teddy wasn't microing. He could have gotten his commander, I think, there if he had been paying.
Yeah, it's a big factor in these games. He's going to yeet his commander out of there and just try and stay alive. He is one of 2 commanders left for his team, so he knows it's worth trying to save him.
I don't even know if he's going to get out. This lasher is hitting it.
Oh.
He will not escape. And,
he picked it up just too late.
And it felt like the Eastern team was
moment, so he can't do anything to respond. His allies are also facing trouble. We've just lost loads of nanos. Zircod is getting his base raided.
Yeah.
He's not loving that. This is looking really troublesome now. Reshko just died.
Yeah.
His commander was up to about 10%, I think. About even in terms of units available, but he's not able to commit everything to these rocket bots. And the commander, he's going for a comdem.
For the self-destruction.
He traded well, very well. He saw the opportunity, he went for it. Master Bell knew he couldn't get his commander away, so also tried to commit.
Attack his team.
Yeah.
But don't count him out yet, because Flash is trying this one last desperate move. This one final attempt. They know where his commander is, and I don't see... Oh, there are the Panthers, or the Jaguars. Oh no, I think he's going to run into the air defense, and that will be that. So, holes into the China closet, and it will cause Red to lose most of his base. The Eastern team is just in a lot of trouble between that bombing run and between the nice raiding, and now Master Bell getting surrounded. He will lose his commander, and with that, Master Bell's basically out of the game. He's basically lost everything.
Well, Pirate decided to reclaim his air lab, thinking that perhaps now they've both shown their cards in terms of bombers, that the other team won't continue. And they were wrong, and now they're really paying for that. Those bombers are unchecked from Malady. And we've just lost another comm middle. That's 2 comms together. And now there's a huge amount of metal. Those wreckages left.
Surprisingly good job of actually pushing back the West here in the middle, and Captain Jack Sparrow potentially in trouble as he's getting surrounded by grunts or AKs, and he will explode as a result. And so now Team BARcode down to 2 commanders. Ragna playing very well around it. He sees what's happening here, and Pink might even go down without even accomplishing much.
Yeah, they can still see him, even though he's cloaked. Claret's commander's cloaked. They can see him on radar. He hasn't got any jammer there, so they know where he is roughly. And there he goes. He only managed to degun 1 Tech 1 unit. They know the game well. All the team players here for both sides, but in particular, Ragnar and Malady. They are the last winners of the 2v2 tournament a while back. And if you look at their commanders, you can see any game you play with them, they have special Viking helmets because they won that.
And I think this is about over. I think this tournament is about over, as Team BARcode has just, they've just had a dominant performance. All of them playing really well. I don't think any of them have been the weakest link at all. We saw Captain Jack Sparrow was really killing it.